Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 549th Board Meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. The next meeting would be the 550th. We ought to have some sort of a commemoration. I'd like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. On my far left is Raji Barr of Bakersfield. Sitting next to Raji is Carmen Ramirez of Atwater, just coming up the valley, if you will. On my immediate left is John Constantino of Grass Valley. On my far right, going to the other end of the valley, is Don Markham of Fall River Mills. Excuse me, Dan. Sitting next to Dan is Bob Schneider of Davis. On my immediate right is Denise Cadera of Allensworth, and I'm Carl Longley, hailing from the great and glorious city of Fresno. I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Pamela Creedon, who will introduce her staff.
Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. Across the room from me to my far left is Brett Braidman, a Staff Services Manager in our Sacramento office, and next to Brett is Andrew Altavote, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office, and next to Andrew is Stephanie Yu, Staff Counsel for the board, or Senior Staff Counsel for the board. To my far left is Kieran Lanfranchi Rizzardi, Executive Assistant for the board. Next to Kieran is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office. And next to Adam is Patrick Palupa, Senior Staff Counsel for the board. And to my immediate right is Andrew Dieringer, Staff Counsel for the board. And in the audience is Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in the Fresno office, and Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer in the Redding office, and Linda Bracamani, I'm losing my voice, in the Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay, I'll stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes. We have minutes from our last meeting, the December 5th and 6th meeting. For your consideration, do I have a motion for approval?
I would move.
Carmen's moved. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Denise seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Ms. Brar. Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Costantino?
Yep.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Yes.
Ms. Kadara?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We'll go to item 2 on the agenda. We'll go to item 2 on the agenda, meeting procedures. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we will be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with a summary agenda and are available here at the staff table. And they're also available upon request. They're posted on the board's website and they're summarized on the computer screens during breaks. Any comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Karen Lanfranchi Rizzardi, our administrative assistant. We'll next go to item 3 on the agenda, board member communications. Any comments?
I did have one meeting a couple weeks ago. I'll get the exact date. It was on the pyrethroids. Maybe I should wait till tomorrow. Maybe I'll come tomorrow with the full details, but that was on that agenda item.
Yes, Bob?
Carl, I'll have to check my calendar, but I did go on Tuesday, this Tuesday, to the Delta Tributary Mercury Council meeting, which I go to sporadically, but Patrick was there representing the board.
Good.
That's a really important analysis of what's going on with one of our major pollutant issues in our region.
And we're going to be talking about, I'll be talking about committees later, and one of the committees that I think we need to consider is one focused on the Delta. Any other board member? Yes, Raji?
Yes, on December 22nd, I had a meet and greet with, organized by Kern County Chamber of Commerce, WISPA, Farm Bureau, and Kern EDC, and just talked with the stakeholders about concerns they had with the water district. I'm sorry, with the board. And also on February 9th, I met with Coelho Water District, Farm Bureau, and the wonderful company in regards to beneficial use of oil-produced water.
Yes, Carmen?
On February 15th, I was invited and attended a reception with the Merced County Association of Realtors, and certainly my position on the water board came up as well as on the Merced College District, but I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Any further? Yes.
This past week, I participated, and I have been participating in, this is called the Atwell Island Work-Based Learning Program. It's a program that's been designed to address conventional education and what needs to be done in the workforce. It's going to be about work, through work, and for work. It's a program that we've designed to assist 11th and 12th grade students in Allensworth and Alpaugh communities in learning to be environmental stewards. Part of the program will be focused on giving them a demonstration project. It's a project that will get underway right after school starts, is out this summer for a 4-week program. And they will be doing hands-on activities dealing with nature, wildlife, water quality issues, and getting them prepared to move into the ranks, and hopefully we might see some of those students on the staff here or on the board, or advocating for water quality and those type of issues. It'll be a $500 stipend that will be given out to students. So we're coordinating this with Tulare County Board of Education, American Conservation Experience, Tulare Basin and Wildlife Partners, and a number of partners, even the ag industry. So it's going to be launched this summer, and hopefully there's an opportunity for maybe someone within the State Water Board from public participation to do some field work or exercises with the students and helping them understand the issues we face with water quality in the Central Valley.
That's a very noteworthy effort, and we need to be talking about that, Denise.
I
Dan,
went,
go ahead.
yeah, a week after the last board meeting, I went to the Shasta County Farm Bureau Directors meeting in Reading. Over the course of my career, the privilege of meeting with Farm Bureau is left to the county director, but I had approached them for support for my candidacy for the position, so I went up there to thank them. Interesting observation in the course of that meeting is seating is random, and I sat across from a person who had worked for one of the Irrigated Lands Coalition, signing up farmers to join the coalition. And she was pretty straight in telling me that, you know, the farmers wanted to know where the money went for the Irrigated Lands program. And I was more listening, but what I thought is that there's a lot of good information on the website. And as far as public education, I think that we need to get more of the farmers to pay attention to the website and the reports, because a lot of good work is being done, and that's a modern way to get the word out to people about the work that we do.
Thank you, Dan. That's interesting information. I think both you and Denise point to the need for us to find ways to better our outreach to the various groups that we serve.
One last.
Yes, go ahead, Denise.
On this Saturday, there's a Human Right to Water roundtable that will be in Fresno. We will have participation from the State Board, public participation. Gita will be there. And my husband will actually be on the roundtable panel. This is coordinated with the Central Valley Community Water Center, I'm sorry. But it's going to be a roundtable discussion. I think it will be fruitful. So when people see my husband in the audience, he also has some background and understanding of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? On 10 Jan,
I just
Yeah,
want to
go
say,
ahead.
it would be useful to me in some form to just hear those concerns that folks had in the Southern Valley with the water board. Raj, I think you were the one that reported on that.
I think we were talking about the air quality aspects.
Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't technically.
but
the-
Dan was talking about the farmers
Yeah, I heard
wanting
that.
to know where the money went, and, you know, that's,
And I thought he had a good answer.
yeah.
Dr. Longley, Dr. Longley, and one thing I need to point out with the board members in terms of the ag coalitions, they pay a fee to us, and I can't remember, I think it's 75 cents an acre. And clearly, what we do with the money is clearly on the website of our board. The coalitions charge more, and some of the questions we get a lot from the members of the coalitions are, what are the coalitions doing with that money? And some of the information that they're doing is obviously on our website, because we're posting all the reports and the monitoring and stuff. But we can work with the coalitions more to have better outreach, what their portion of the money goes to.
Maybe this is a good time. I was going to talk at the executive officer's report, but now might be a good time too. Just hearing a lot about farming with the rains we've been having, and the bypass is full. And I think, and also the impacts of the TPP cancellation of work on the Pacific Trade Partnership Agreement. That's having a big impact. And because of all this uncertainty, a lot of the banks that would normally just provide the loans for farmers are very reticent about lending. And so there's a lot of turmoil in the business side of farming, I think, in this region, particularly in the Sacramento Valley. And that's compounded by the effects of the flooding and maybe shorter limited growing seasons. I think we're going to, as a board, need to be cognizant of some of the constraints that ag's going to face because of what's going on and with just normal farming practices at this point in time. But we can talk about that more later.
Thank you. Good point. On 10 January, I participated in a meeting of the CV Salts Public Education Outreach Committee conference call, and did that at a later date, I think 30th of Jan. Also on the 10th of January, participated in a stakeholder conference call focused on environmental protection and natural resources agency leaders discussing governor's proposed 2017-18 budget. On the 12th of January, Pamela and I, together with other members of the staff, briefed the CDFA management on our irrigated lands program. On the 19th of January in this room, I participated in a meeting of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board's Food Safety Expert Panel. On the 24th of January, I visited the Finelli Dairy to visit the operation of a unique biofilter for treating dairy waste. Tour was led by Joe Sciapparino of Sustainable Conservation. That biofilter first was operated at Fresno State at their dairy. It's interesting technology. Also on the 24th of January, I participated in a briefing of Felicia Marcus, State Board Member and Chair, regarding a proposal regarding changes to the mercury management in the Water Quality Control Plan for inland surface water, enclosed bays, and estuaries of California. That conference call was repeated on the 25th of January for Didi Amato, a State Board Member, and repeated once again on the 1st of February for Tam Dudek and Steve Moore, State Board members. On the 30th of January, I received a briefing from the board staff on pyrethroids and considerations for basin plan amendments. On the 6th of February, I received a briefing from irrigated lands leader Tess Dunham, Perry Clausen, who I see here in the audience, David Corey, and Casey Kramer on pyrethroids and consideration for basin plan amendments. And 6th of February, I participated in the sometimes monthly Regional Board Chairs Conference call. This time it was focused on the budget. It was kind of a boring meeting, but some important information was passed out. And that finishes my activities. I'd like to, this time though, to talk about the committees that we have. And we've had committees over the years that have done very important work. When the Irrigated Lands Program was coming together, board member, he was board chair then, Bob Schneider, together with Al Brizard, were the Ag Committee, and they were very, very instrumental in getting that program off the road. Today, the Ag Committee membership is Denise and myself. We have a Cannabis Committee, and that committee, if I'm correct, is two members there are Bob and John. We have a one-person Climate Change Committee, which is John. We have CV Salts, which is myself. We have oil fields, including food safety, and that's been Denise and myself. And we have the PG Land Stewardship Council, and Bob, if I'm not mistaken, you keep track of that.
I go to periodically or sporadically to the Stewardship Council meetings, and Sophie Mulholland's our board's rep there. And
Right.
I think she's the chair now and does an absolutely excellent job, and we're fortunate to have her.
So that is the totality, unless I missed one or two, of committees that this board has. We, by necessity, are limited to 2 people on a committee simply because of ex parte issues. And it brings up the question with the new membership on this board, if there ought to be some shuffling on those committees. Also, do we need 1 or 2 more committees? And I'm thinking that with the issues that we have for DACs and drinking water, I should say DACs and water because they have wastewater problems. Do we need a DAC committee? Do we need a committee on Delta and possibly including wetlands? Pamela has brought up to me that do we need an enforcement committee? And though we've not called it an enforcement committee, we basically have one in the fact that the chair and vice chair during the periods when we're not having board meetings, are meeting with staff, particularly with the executive officer and with our attorneys on enforcement items. So I guess I should have listed that as another committee, and that's pretty much, those positions are occupied by the chair and vice chair. I like your thoughts, and particularly on a DAC and on a Delta and Wetlands Committee.
Carl, first, I think it would be helpful to have a definition of committee. I'm seeing these as sort of ad hoc, who the staff can go to on particular issues that are focused on these issues, and not as a formal board committees.
They are ad hoc, and that probably describes
We might should
John's
have
position
Patrick-
very well, too.
Yeah, we might should have Patrick give it, because
Yeah.
this is kind of a.
So if I could, essentially, what Board Member Schneider said is correct. It's essentially a working group of 2 board members that can be the point of reference if there's board staff that want to discuss issues with board members, if there's information that wants to go the other way from a board member to staff about issues of particular relevance for the committee. Realistically, the limitation of 2 has to do with the fact that when the board formally creates an advisory committee, which is 3 or more members, that advisory committee's meetings are subject to Bagley-Keene open meeting laws, which means that we'd have to have the whole shebang whenever anybody wanted to exchange emails or something like that about an issue pertinent to the committee. So keeping it to 2 really makes it a work group of a couple board members to evaluate certain things of interest within the jurisdiction of the little working group.
And that's an interesting way to refer to them. Possibly working group is a better way, rather than calling them a committee.
And for the public's benefit, no formal decisions whatsoever are made in these working groups. They're all
Absolutely
made
not.
by the
That's
board.
correct.
So, what is your pleasure? Do we need going back to my comment, do we need a working group on delta and wetlands?
Well, can I just ask a legal question? So given that this is not a noticed item on the agenda, is this more of we'd like to see this brought back to the board next meeting, or is this something we can do without it being on the agenda?
It wouldn't be a formal creation. I think it's within the scope of the matters discussed under the executive's officer's report or under board protocol. So I don't think it's it's something that has to be noticed under Bagley-Keene. Again, if we were creating an advisory committee, it'd be a different story.
That's why, that's a good reason to go to working group. These are, as pointed out, ad hoc, but it gives the staff an idea who to talk to. Any further comments?
Well, I'd say also, I think it's a board presence out in the public on varied topics that, you know, we attend meetings like you've done with CV Salts, right? You've been there as a player. That to me is what a committee is really about, is us being out there as well as the interaction with staff.
And if a person has interest in a particular area, it is, I think, important for them to be able to have that voice. Thank you. Yes, John, go
I
ahead.
was going to say the same thing, that there's so many different parts of everything we cover that if there was an interest in one or the other, like climate change for myself, then it's a natural fit to have staff go to that person or those two people. So I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of a couple more working groups. I didn't realize I was on the cannabis subcommittee. I don't think I've ever.
Maybe it affected your memory.
Oh,
Yeah.
John, I get, it wasn't your actions, John, that I,
When we talk about this, I always feel it's incumbent on me to ensure the public that we do not get to partake of the various samples that are around.
But
That and the wine, actually, it was Jenny Moffett,
Yeah,
Esther
that's-
Moffett.
Jenny Moffat,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and she's no longer here, and then Bob Schneider.
John, Jenny, we'll start with Jay.
and we always sat to your left. Certainly if someone else wants to, think about climate, happy to have them, an extra set of ears and eyes. And then if there is, if we decide to head down this route and there's sort of equal distribution, I'd be willing to be assigned to another one. But as you know, that this all takes time and effort, and if there's a need, certainly. If not, then I don't know that we need to push it.
So we can talk about it tomorrow. I can give you opportunity to think about it. And you know the list that I have.
Dr. Longley, can I just suggest maybe we'll put that list in a formal written Word document and pass around to the board members and let them decide if they have an interest or not. It's just so staff would know and we can, having a board member, having the ability for staff and I to speak to certain board members about certain items, so especially when we have an emerging program like cannabis or oil fields and the work on that. That's very helpful to staff. Some of the working groups require more commitment than others. So it's really at the board's pleasure. But it is helpful, but the thing is everyone has to remember that the board member that's on the working group isn't the final decision maker. And even their opinions could be different than the rest of the board, so we have to always remember that.
You're absolutely right. They're simply a conduit, if you will, but also a point of contact, and as Dan pointed out, they can be an important advocate. Okay, so we'll put a list around. We'll talk about this tomorrow, and we'll see where we go. Thank you. That said, we'll move to the public forum. Do we have any cards?
No, we're not off of board communications.
I'm sorry? Oh, there are? Okay.
Well,
Oh, okay. Sorry about
I
that.
have a duty to do this morning,
Sorry, Jeff.
and it's an important duty.
You have to get closer to the microphone, though.
Okay. This is a resolution commending Dr. Carl Longley for his 25 years of service as a member of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board for the Central Valley Region. Whereas Dr. Longley.
You're out of order.
Let me finish. Whereas Dr. Longley was first appointed to the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region, in November 1989 by Governor George Deukmejian to serve as a board member representing the public. This term was completed in November 1997 with 8 years of service. And whereas Dr. Longley was appointed to the Central Valley Water Board in December 1999 by Governor Gray Davis and has served continuously since. As of December 2016, Dr. Longley has served 25 years as a Central Valley Water Board member. And whereas Dr. Longley has served as chairman of the board for 12 years, as chairman of the board, Dr. Longley has demonstrated his commitment to ensure all viewpoints are considered and weighed in board decisions. Furthermore, Dr. Longley is quick to hear the concerns of other board members and works tirelessly to find solutions and mutual beneficial pathways forward. And whereas he has unselfishly given of his personal time to participate in board meetings, chair meetings, water quality coordinated committee meetings, board meeting, planning meetings, ag subcommittee meetings, CV SALT meetings, and many, many other meetings. And whereas he has demonstrated a lifelong commitment to water quality and was a founding director of the California Water Institute at California State University, Fresno. The institute was created in 2000 to provide education, research, and analysis of policy issues involving water resources, including water quality issues and integrated regional water management planning. And whereas Dr. Longley served as a professor of civil engineering at Cal State University Fresno, water quality and engineering education during 1982 to 2000. During this time, he took on the task of educating and training numerous future water board employees, including the executive officer of the Colorado River Water Board and a deputy director of the Division of Drinking Water. And whereas through his leadership on the board, he has been instrumental in requiring tertiary treatment and nitrogen removal of nearly all POTWs in the Delta, including Sacramento Regional Sanitation District, the largest discharge of wastewater to fresh water west of the Mississippi River. Through this effort, Dr. Longley has demonstrated the uncanny ability to continue with hearings in the middle of the night, and whereas during his membership on the board, Dr. Longley's participation and leadership was instrumental in guiding the board through the development of the largest agricultural non-point source program in the nation, Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, encompassing over 7 million acres throughout the Central Valley. And whereas during this time on the board, Dr. Longley has worked to set in motion projects that will continue to benefit water quality and human health many, many years into the future. Examples include the methyl mercury TMDL and Aerojet's groundwater cleanup project. Both of these projects will be operating for decades to come, benefiting future generations of Californians. And whereas Dr. Longley has served on as the driving force in initiating and implementing the CV SALTS effort, one of the most far-reaching and critical planning efforts ever initiated by the board to ensure long-term sustainability of California's Central Valley, one of the most productive agricultural areas in the world. He has worn many hats in the CV SALTS effort, and his leadership is critical in seeing this effort through. Furthermore, Dr. Longley is to be commended on his skill at working some mention of CV SALTS into seemingly unrelated discussions during meetings. And whereas through his time on the board, Dr. Longley has participated in numerous items such as the development and implementation of the dairy program, countless enforcement items, TMDLs, the cannabis program, and the forest activities program. And whereas as chair, of the board, Dr. Longley has also demonstrated his ability to communicate with people from all walks of life, ensuring that staff and members of the public feel comfortable and respected, even through his demonstrated challenges and name pronunciation, sometimes even pronouncing names correctly. Whereas in his 25 years of service to the board, Dr. Longley has piloted countless air miles, attending meetings throughout the Central Valley in his Brown Mooney single-engine airplane, affectionately nicknamed after certain types of regulated material by the executive officer. When unable to travel, Dr. Darth Longley is unmistakably identified on teleconference calls and always quick to support the board's mission and provide guidance to staff. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Central Valley, Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region, and meeting assembled, do hereby extend to Dr. Longley their thanks and appreciation for this valued 25 years of service as a board member and board chair. Unanimously adopted this 23rd day of February 2017 at the 549th regular meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. The nays, Denise Kadar, Robert Schneider, Carmen Ramirez, John Constantino, Raji Brar, and Daniel Markham. Congratulations to you. We're so honored to be a part
Well-
of congratulating you on 25 years of service.
First, thank you very much. First of all, I'm greatly humbled. There was a lot of accomplishments there. Those accomplishments weren't mine. Those accomplishments are this board, the board members sitting up here, the board members who came before them, and the staff. We can go back and talk about CV Salts. We have somebody here representing the industry today that started the CV Salts thing. Dennis, you were critical to getting me started in CV Salts, and I thank you for that. The whole effort that this board has done, I'm proud of it, but it's not me. It's everybody that's working on this effort. It's a team effort. You can't do it alone. And I think the boards that we've had have been outstanding in supporting staff and in what they do, because really, at the end of the day, it's the person that goes out in the field, makes the report, writes the report, that shows up here in front of us, gets badgered by us on what they found, and that those are the people who make this ship move and accomplish great things. I thank you very much. As I said, I'm very humbled, and this is a great surprise.
You have to take your
Okay.
resolution, Dr. Longley. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I guess I should call a recess, but.
We're not
Okay,
quite
Dr.
done.
Longley, we're honoring you today big time. This is from the California Legislative Assembly resolution by the Honorable Joaquin.
Ms. Kadera, we need to make sure that you can get to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't read this in advance, so I'm going to mess up names here, but I'm not going to read all of it, but this is from the California Legislative Assembly resolution by the Honorable Joaquin Arambula.
Arambula.
Okay. 31st Assembly District relative to commending Dr. Carl Longley for his 25 years of service.
I'm speechless. What else?
Denise, you hold the other.
Okay.
Can you get us all? Thank you. All right.
You're like a delicate wrap.
Well, thank you very much. Guess I better get back to work.
You got 25 more years ahead of you.
Yeah, would it be nice, wouldn't it? Jeff Scharf.
Congratulations, Dr. Longley.
Thank you. One of the reasons I do this, Jeff, is working with great people like you.
That's very kind, thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good morning. My name is Jeff Scharf. I'm an attorney here in Sacramento. Today, I'm here appearing on behalf of Marilyn Wardlow in the public forum to bring back to your attention a former Shell station. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, excuse me. A former Shell station located at 4301 Marconi Boulevard. Ms. Wardlow and her brother owned the property as heirs from her mother. They were placed into the property through the Wells Fargo trust, her mother was. No due diligence was done way back when. And when she and her brother decided to sell the property in 2002, the bank asked for a phase one. By 2003, the property had been identified as a former Shell station. By 2005, 2007, groundwater had been assessed, investigated, and found to have perchloroethylene at values of 4,100 micrograms per liter. As all of you on the board know, 5 parts per billion micrograms per liter is an actionable level. Through a variety of circumstances, the site was jurisdictionally assigned to the regional, not to the regional board, excuse me, but to Sacramento County as a leaking underground storage tank site. Those issues were dealt with, abated, and ultimately closed by 2010, but the PCE remained present. By 2014, in a report that was prepared on behalf of Shell, documented contamination impacts to groundwater at Monitoring Well 1 were in excess of 14,000 parts per billion. By 2015, at the direction of your staff, a remedial action plan had been prepared conceptually and submitted for board staff review and approval. Over the next 2 years, reviews, revisions, further data was generated, reported, submitted, discussed, commented, returned, revised. As of January, there are comments from Shell's consultant, Wayne Perry, on the revised remedial action plan that are pending review and comment by your staff. My clients, quite frankly, are growing old. Mr. Wardlow has now celebrated his 80th birthday, and he's asked with some legitimacy now, when is this going to end? We have been working in a cooperative, compliant, collaborative manner with staff and with the other responsible party dischargers on the site. My clients are merely the property owner, but they are the property owner. The site investigation suggests that there are adjacent potential impacts, so we go from a single site, single source, single property owner and discharger to multiple site, multiple dischargers that does nothing but look like further delays. Today I'm here to ask for your help. Sometimes when you ask for help, you need to be careful what you ask for because you may get it. But in this instance, I've discussed this with Ms. Wardlow, and what we would like to ask of the board is a request to staff to convene a meeting of all the parties at one time in one room without sidebar conversation to discuss these issues, to develop a workable, enforceable, and I use that word intentionally, enforceable time frame that the site be put on track and continue timely. We have investigations that have occurred in one season. Data is generated. It takes 12 to 18 months before the data generated is evaluated, reviewed, and next actions are taken. We're running out of time, and I'm asking for some help. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
This is the first I've heard of this, so we'll take care of it. I'll have Andrew work with Mr. Scharf, and we'll get it taken care of.
Good. So you're the contact with Jeff then on this, Andrew? Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Jeff.
for your time.
Our agenda item 5, there'll be no update at this board meeting. So we will then go to agenda item 6, the executive officer's report.
Dr. Longley, unless there are any questions on the report, and I think I do have a couple of staff presentations to make.
There was a, as usual, extremely informative report. Are there any comments?
I have a few comments. Do you want to do it before or after the presentations?
Yeah,
or-
we can do it before. Get it
All
out.
right. I talked a little bit about the farming, and that's going to relate, I think, to some of the irrigated lands program. So I just, let's pay attention and make sure we're on top of that. Just, I'm concerned locally in my county of Yolo and how that might impact on Yolo County, but
I should say, not just in the northern county, we've got a lot of facilities that we regulate that are having significant problems with this weather. Event coming through with some flooding, some overflows, complete failures. So our staff are very busy right now with
Thank you.
this. So, and we understand the burdens it puts on the people trying to comply with our requirements as well.
I mean, my farming friends are always like, they're upset because it's not raining, and then they're upset because it is raining.
Well, this was a little harsh response. I think we had way too many rain dances going on.
Yeah. It's kind of like my firefighting friends too. It's like there's the drought and everything's dried out and we're gonna have a big fire year. Or it's rained a lot and the grass is really growing and we're gonna have a big fire year. So.
Yeah.
But they're serious issues.
No, I'm not going to go there with that energy.
Yeah, thank you. Please don't. I also enjoyed getting the administrative support program priorities, that work, and the overviews of our different programs. I just want to acknowledge that work. That is available for the public, of course, I think, if they want to look at what we're up to. In this particular report, I looked, is 85 pages, and it's not always that long, but it often is. But I think that's when people want to know what the board's up to, I often refer them to look at our executive officer's report online. It's up to date, it's timely, there's a large participation of the board in reporting. Whenever our board meetings are, we get a report to this board about what our staff is up to, and I really appreciate the way that's put together. I often look at the training, because I think that's indicative of some of the future of the board. And I noticed a large participation in the emotional intelligence training session. I think that's really important as our board relates to the public. And I think the creative writing, which had a large participation, is also really important and affects the future quality of this board in terms of what is presented to the board and the public. So I just wanted to acknowledge that good work.
We've been doing a lot with UC Davis Extension with Jean Crumley for years on a leadership and education program, and emotional intelligence was one of those courses. Jean is retiring in April, so we'll be losing a very valuable resource for our board.
On the mind fact sheet in particular, because I always look at that, one of the side pollutants that occurs often in mines when you get drainage is nickel, and that isn't really listed, I don't, or acknowledged as much, and that's not as threatening to mostly it directly affects fisheries and marine life, or water life, and it's important because of that. There was another really big success last year that the board staff participated in, and that was the home stake cleanup of the Central Mine Corporation, a group of mines up in Sulphur Creek in Colusa County. And I think it's really good to acknowledge successes like that one in particular. The EPA is currently setting up a program, and Patrick was at the meeting, as familiar as this, classifying or looking at the 47,000 mines in California and trying to find a way to how to really prioritize some of the work that needs to be done. And they're mostly looking at mines or pollutants within populated settings, which is a strong criteria, but the impact on water quality is really important to us, and this data can be easily manipulated when they put it out. They freeze the information, but then you can sort it in various ways, and that might, I think, be really useful to the board.
Yeah, I think EPA wants to avoid another Gold Mountain event, but
Good.
for us, it's a more major, but we do, of course, we will put together a full report for the board on some of the impacts of the rains, but we have some severe issues going on with our mines right now because of the rain events, especially in the Northern Valley.
Yeah, Iron Mountain Mine. I know
Iron
is-
Mountain Mine, the one recently in the I forget the name of the mine, because I didn't write the report, sorry. And we also have many up in the valleys where their access roads have been completely blown out, so we can't even access them right now. So we've got some serious issues going on with our mines.
Yeah, I think with our timber program, and I see Quinn's here, the impacts of these, intensity of these storms, as you say, has blown out roads. I mean, roads are the major source of sedimentation, but I'm interested in if we're doing testing in the areas that have been cut over, clear cut. In fact, we toured one at our last Reading meeting, and is this generating a different form of episodic influx of
Yeah.
sediments that we should be paying attention to? 'Cause
We can certainly have you updated in the executive officer next time, but I think some of those areas are just not accessible for monitoring.
we can't get
so-
there at all.
So
Got
that
it.
might be difficult to do.
One of
Thank you
those
very
areas
much.
not accessible, even, so what Clint told me, is the pit at Iron Mountain. The roads are blowing out and everything, and that's a big operation. It looked like a freeway going in there before, so, well, that's an exaggeration, but it was a very good road.
Well, it was an improved road, so yeah.
And it's tremendous, the impacts that have occurred.
Yeah, there's some serious issues going on up, especially in the northern part of our valley.
So that was the only thing I asked, I was on a call with Andrew, last week about climate. I just asked how we're doing with the rains. And he sort of gave me a micro snippet, but I'm glad to hear that there's gonna be a report because, all the tours that we've had about burned out areas and mines, and it all comes flooding back when there's that much rain and overflows and POTWs, and so,
Well, besides the fact of just public safety issues and concerns, especially Oroville Dam, which is in our region,
right.
and a lot of the levees failures, and a lot of the train and derailments, or the fact that they can't use the rails because their embankments are all eroded away now. So we've got a lot of concerns. Also in the South Valley, with all the trees that have died, we now have a lot of snow on top of them, knocking them down. And what will that do in terms of debris flow and other things that it could cause? So we're not over this yet. We still have a lot of problems to deal with.
Well, we have a lot of the higher burned areas covered by snow, and we won't see the erosion effects till we start getting the spring melt.
Mm-hmm. And what that could do to water quality and drinking water quality and additional flooding. So there's some real concerns. We keep ourselves very busy.
Any-
And besides the fact, we've got dischargers who have issues that are just well beyond their control right now. So, if I can do the awards, unless there's other questions on the report.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the first, I'm gonna do it from here. I usually go over there. I'm sorry, I'm sitting today. The first Superior Accomplishment Award goes to Doug Barber, who's a water resource control engineer in our Reading office. Doug is a water resource control engineer. He has been with the Water Board for just over 2 years. He previously worked as a wastewater engineer for a large consulting firm. He does a tremendous job balancing his workload and various demands for his time while making key contributions to the NPDES unit, including writing permits, conducting compliance inspections, pursuing enforcement actions, and participating in public outreach activities. In 2016, Doug renewed 3 permits in addition to managing other components of the program workload. Because of Doug's ability to cultivate good working relationships with dischargers and other stakeholders, the NPDES permits for the Sewerage Commission, Oroville Region, the City of Corning, and the City of Willows were developed efficiently, were uncontested, and were adopted on schedule. Writing 3 individual permits in a single calendar year while also performing other case management and compliance enforcement activities is an exceptional accomplishment and is testament to Doug's ability to work efficiently and manage competing priorities. Doug routinely conducts site visits and compliance inspections and maintains a positive, professional, and helpful demeanor. He makes it a priority to visit and inspect his sites frequently to catch problems early and ensure that the regulated community is aware of our field presence and our availability to help work through problems. Doug is dependable, hardworking, ambitious, and consistently exceeds expectations. He is a team player and a valuable staff person who plays a significant role in the Reading Office NPDES unit. His contributions to the unit and the Central Valley Water Board are most appreciated. Sorry, yes, sorry. Sorry. The brain will start working one of these days real quick. Okay. And the next one is a group award, or not really, a group 2 people award. Jennifer Haynes, an environmental scientist in the Sacramento office, and I'm sorry. It was Haynes White and Daniel Davis, an environmental geologist in the Sacramento office. It was White and Daniel Davis, and I knew that wasn't right. Jennifer and Daniel have demonstrated superior job performance conducting complex and challenging tasks within the Confined Animal Facilities Regulatory Unit. Over the past 5 years, Jennifer has done an excellent job developing enforcement actions, including cleanup and abatement orders and administrative civil liability complaints for a variety of violations, most recently in connection with the Dairy Lagoon failure, which flooded a nearby neighborhood. She worked extensively on the final stages of the recently adopted Poultry General Order, including preparing responses to comments and incorporating last-minute changes. Jen's inspection reports are well-written and extensively documented with photographs. She has taken the lead in oversight of the reviews of annual reports. Jen is always willing to take on additional assignments and assist in the tracking and routine enforcement for failure to file on documents that is an integral part of regulating 700 dairies. Daniel's experience in groundwater and geochemistry has made him an invaluable resource for the Confined Animal Facilities Unit during his 8.5 years with the unit. He recently researched and wrote the well design and destruction section for the groundwater quality protection strategy, including contacting all counties in the region to determine their approach to well regulation. Daniel analyzes groundwater conditions and chemistry for the unit's enforcement cases and provides expert advice to other staff on the meaning behind observed groundwater sample results. This work in addition to his normal caseload of inspections and resulting enforcement actions. Both Jen and Daniel are extremely dedicated employees who, in addition to long hours in the field, are willing to put in extra efforts in the office to support the unit's enforcement cases. They handle a high volume of a complex and often stressful work with dedication and professionalism. And for this, they are being recognized. So thank you. Jennifer and Daniel. You're good. I'm gonna take a picture. I hope. Take a picture.
Earlier, I made reference to the people who really make this boat go. You just saw 3 of them.
That concludes the report, Dr. Longley.
Thank you very much. Before we begin item number 7, we're going to take a recess, and during that time, the board will be meeting in executive session. Andrew?
That's right. At this time, the board will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E to receive advice from legal counsel regarding litigation filed against the board. The item being discussed will be closed session item J, Administrative Civil Liability Order issued to Morningstar Packing Company, LP in 2016 and the case is Morningstar Packing Company LP v. California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region et al., filed in Colusa County Superior Court. No action will be taken during the closed session.
And for the record, I will, as I have done in the past, will recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Andrew, how long do you think this will?
Patrick, what do you think, like 15? Approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, so we'll be back in session not later than a quarter after 10. The board's back in session, and we're on agenda item 7. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider a resolution rescinding administrative civil liability order for the Morningstar Packing Company of Colusa County, and possibly also directing the advisory team to calendar a rehearing of the ACL. The designated parties for this proceedings are as follows. First, Morningstar. Secondly, the board prosecution team. All other parties are considered interested persons. Prosecution team has a combined total of 10 minutes to make a policy statement. Morningstar has a combined total of 10 minutes for the same. Interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes, and as is the case for all of our hearings, a timer will be used. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear? I don't see anybody standing to take the oath. Oh, over here. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. At this time, evidence should be introduced on the following issues: whether the board should rescind the ACL order, whether the board should direct the advisory team to calendar a rehearing of this ACL order at a later board hearing. The board's deliberation and voting on this item will proceed in 2 phases. The board will first decide whether to rescind the ACL order. Then, only if the board has voted to rescind, the board will decide whether to direct the advisory team to recalendar a rehearing of this ACL at a later board meeting. The order of this testimony is as follows: testimony by the prosecution team, followed by testimony by Morningstar, followed by comments by interested persons. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. If you have not submitted a speaker card yet, now is the time to submit one to Ms. Lanfranca Rosardi. Does Regional Board Advisory Team Council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Just 2 items. For the record, the board received during closed session an update as to the status of the litigation, but no action was taken. I also wanted to include a clarification about the tentative resolution that was circulated. It includes 2 resolved paragraphs, but the second will only be included in the final resolution if the board, in fact, votes to rehear the ACL order. Otherwise, that paragraph will be omitted.
Thank you. Are there any procedural issues that the designated parties would like to raise at this point? Seeing none, we will proceed with the hearing. Take testimony by prosecution team.
Dr. Longley, Andrew Altavolk, Assistant Executive Officer. We don't have a policy statement to make. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, though.
Any questions by board members? Seeing none, we'll take testimony by Morningstar. Did you take the oath? You're an attorney, and I know you don't have to. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Longley and members of the board. My name is Kristen Castaños. I'm an attorney with Stoll Reeves representing the Morningstar Company. With me here today is Chris Rufer, the president of Morningstar, as well as Ross Oliveira from Morningstar, and one of our consultants, Art O'Brien. We did submit a written policy statement, so I'm not going to reiterate what we indicated in that policy statement. I just want to thank the board for bringing this item here today and acknowledge the board's initiative in undertaking this review. We are really looking forward to working with staff moving forward on the development of new waste discharge requirements for this facility. We appreciate your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Thank you very much. Do we have any cards for interested persons? Is there anyone in the audience desiring to testify on this matter? Seeing none, we'll then close the hearing. At this point in time, the board will go into executive session. How long do you think this will take, Andrew?
perhaps 10 minutes.
Good, so we'll be back here 20 to the hour.
And just to be clear, we are going into executive session under Government Code Section 11126C3 to deliberate on the decision based on the evidence that has been submitted to the board.
Thank you very much. I think it is the new norm. It's unbelievable. I swear the last, I, we're back in session. At this point in time, discussion among board members. And we'll take discussion among board members, and I'm looking also for a motion at some point. Is there any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll make it a motion on the resolution striking the resolved number 2.
I'll second the motion.
So rephrase that again, please, Bob.
Well, we have the resolution.
Right.
And I'll move the resolution, but striking under the resolved item 2.
Very good. Okay, so any further discussion on this item? Call the roll.
And just to articulate, what the board is voting on is to direct the advisory team to take such action necessary to accomplish rescission of ACL order number R5 2016-008 in compliance with the stipulation. And by striking number 2, the board is taking a vote that it will not rehear the ACL complaint issued to Morningstar.
That's correct. Any discussion on that or any questions? Seeing none, call the roll.
Dr. Markham,
Aye.
Mr. Schneider,
Aye.
Ms. Brar,
Aye.
Mr. Costantino,
Aye.
Ms. Cardara,
Yes.
Dr. Longley.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We will now go to agenda item number 8. At this time, the board will hear a staff presentation and receive comments on a proposed basin plan amendments to establish region-wide municipal and domestic supply, otherwise known as MUN, M-U-N, beneficial use evaluation process in agriculturally dominated surface water bodies, and to de-designate MUN from 231 constructed agricultural drains. Today, the board is receiving comments on the proposed amendments. Whoops.
We don't have Carmen.
Oh, let's get Carmen. And while, thank you, thank you, John. And while we are waiting for Carmen, I just point out that we've heard in front of this board Live Oak and a number of other WDR issues that hinge all around this MUN classification on certainly agriculturally dominated drains. So this is a very important item.
I'm sorry, Dr. Longley, I'm not understanding what you were saying.
It's not important.
It's very important, I understand what you're saying. The board already had an action on Live Oak and the 4.
Oh, I know, I
Okay,
know,
okay.
but these agriculture dominated waters keep coming in front of us. So we'll take a short pause while we find board member Ramirez, who is not with us because she right, was recused from the last item. Carmen, you are always so quiet that when you're not here,
I've never heard anyone describe me that way. That's very nice. Thanks.
Okay, we're ready to go with Carmen here. And I'm reading agenda item 8. Today, the board is receiving comments on the proposed amendments at the June 2017 board meeting. The board will consider adoption of the amendments. Should staff propose significant changes, perhaps in response to the comments received here today, the board may reopen the hearing in June to receive additional comments on those proposed changes. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures established for the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time. Raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Following the staff presentation, interested parties will then be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and as our normal procedure, a timer will be used. Please state your name, address, affiliation, whether you've taken the oath before testifying. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Patrick. After this staff presentation, there will be presentations by the Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program, 10 minutes, by the Central Valley Clean Water Association, 5 minutes, and the Turlock Irrigation District and San Joaquin Tributary Authority, 5 minutes. So we're ready for the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Longley and members of the board. My name is True Kang, and I am an environmental scientist here in the Rancho Cordova office. I have taken the oath. This item is regarding a proposed basin plan amendment to establish a region-wide process for evaluating appropriate designation and level of protection of the municipal and domestic supply or immune beneficial use in agriculturally dominated surface water bodies. So why are we here today? This basin plan amendment stems from concern that the incorporation of the sources of drinking water policy into the basin plans essentially applied a blanket application of the immune beneficial use, which has resulted in overly conservative restrictions on dischargers, such as agricultural operators and publicly owned treatment works, and is limiting water reuse and conservation practices. The goal of this project is to establish a consistent, transparent, and streamlined Central Valley-wide process for evaluating appropriate designation and level of protection of the immune beneficial use in ag-dominated surface water bodies. In today's presentation, I will first provide a background of the project issue, and then Cindy Al Young and Ann Littlejohn will walk through key components of the proposed basin plan amendment, followed by the project timeline. The presentation will conclude with time provided for questions and public comments, starting with representatives from the Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program and the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We came to the board several times over the last 2 years to discuss this project. In April of 2015, the Central Valley Water Board adopted the Sacramento Immune Basin Plan Amendment, which removed the immune use from 12 constructed or modified ag-dominated water bodies receiving MPDES discharges from the cities of Biggs, Colusa, Live Oak, and Willows. This project served as a case study for this basin-wide project. At the April meeting, we also provided an overview of the basin-wide project and an evaluation of various project alternatives. We have also had focused workshops on considering a limited immune beneficial use for select ag-dominated water bodies, as well as implementation alternatives and key stakeholder concerns, such as the protection of downstream beneficial uses. Today, we'll be putting all the pieces together for a proposed basin plan amendment. The board will not be asked to make a decision today. Rather, this hearing will allow for an open discussion of alternatives and recommendations. The final consideration of adoption will occur during the June board meeting. So let's start putting the pieces together. To understand why we are proposing the Basin Plan Amendment, I'd like to take a step back and provide some additional context on the issue. The current incorporation of the Sources of Drinking Water Policy, Resolution 8863, into the Basin Plans means that the immune beneficial use applies to all surface and groundwater bodies unless they are specifically listed in the Basin Plans as water bodies that are not designated with immune. The water quality objective that are identified in the Basin Plans as being protective of the immune beneficial use are the Title 22 primary and secondary maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. These MCLs were specifically developed to protect users at the tap. So currently, our Basin Plans require that all water bodies designated with immune should meet tap water standards, or in other words, that we should be able to go to any of these water bodies, dip in a cup, and drink. The designation applies to natural surface water bodies as well as constructed agricultural drains, and all water body types in between. These are examples of some of the constructed facilities that the immune designation currently applies to. However, the Sources of Drinking Water Policy does contain exceptions. The one that is most relevant to this project is the exception 2B for water in systems designed or modified for the primary purpose of conveying or holding agricultural drainage. If the exception is applied, dischargers must be monitored to assure compliance with all relevant water quality objectives. But to use the exceptions, our Basin Plans require a Basin Plan Amendment. Also, the exceptions do not address other types of ag-dominated water bodies, like ephemeral streams used to move water during the irrigation season, which are common in the Central Valley. When we incorporated the Sources of Drinking Water Policy into our Basin Plans, it essentially became a blanket application of the immune beneficial use, which results in overly conservative restrictions, especially to publicly owned treatment works, dischargers, and agricultural operations that discharge to ag-dominated surface water bodies. To comply with our current Basin Plan requirements, discharge into these water bodies would be severely limited, including the ability to reuse and recycle drainage, as it is unlikely that any of these water bodies would be able to comply with tap water contaminant levels. Staff was directed in the 2011 and 2015 triennial reviews to evaluate the appropriate level and protection of the immune beneficial use in constructed ag drains, as well as other agriculturally dominated water bodies to address these concerns. At the same time, the stakeholder-driven CV Salts effort had also identified the need to establish the appropriate beneficial use and water quality protection in ag-dominated water bodies to facilitate water conservation and reuse. This project provided an obvious nexus, and CV Salts partnered with the board to provide funding for water quality monitoring and environmental and economic analyses.
So if I could just interrupt, Drew, I just want to point out to the board, these are pictures of the kinds of water bodies we're talking, because these are considered surface water bodies under the water code. So the pictures on this slide are examples of what we're looking at.
To initiate this project, Central Valley Water Board staff reached out and met regularly with interested stakeholders, including state and federal agencies and representatives from agriculture, water supply, and urban water users. Over the course of the project, we held a number of stakeholder meetings. In addition, we held 3 CEQA scoping meetings in October and November 2012 and provided regular updates and outreach via our website and an email listserv. During the initial phases of this project, stakeholders agreed that past work involving the evaluation of ag-dominated water bodies should be utilized as much as possible, most notably the 1992 Inland Surface Water Plan, which assessed and categorized over 6,500 ag-dominated water body types within the Central Valley, and the 1995 statewide Ag Waters Task Force effort, which evaluated appropriate beneficial uses and water quality objectives for different types of ag-dominated water bodies. Some of the findings that stakeholders agreed to carry into this project include the fact that agricultural water bodies are unique and may not support the same level of beneficial use protection traditionally associated with perennial natural streams. That a water body categorization framework was appropriate to identify the unique characteristics of different types of ag-dominated water bodies, such as constructed, modified, and natural ag-dominated water body categories. And finally, that special consideration should be given to ancillary structures, such as on-farm distribution systems and closed controlled recirculating systems. In April of 2015, we discussed 4 initial project alternatives that may have potential changes to beneficial use designation, water quality objectives, implementation programs, or monitoring and surveillance programs. The first project alternative is the no action. Second is a region-wide water body categorization framework. Third is a basin by basin water body categorization framework, which mirrors alternative 2, but develops basin-specific processes for the San Joaquin River, Sacramento River, and Tulare Lake basins to account for the different hydrology and management practices between the 3 basins. And the fourth alternative, site-specific objectives, which applies water body by water body. During initial stakeholder evaluations, alternatives 1 and 4 were not preferred because both options required approaching concerns water body by water body. These alternatives will lead to inefficient use of available resources to address a basin-wide concern, which left us with alternatives 2 and 3. To determine which of the 2 alternatives would be more appropriate, we needed to reevaluate the water body categorization method used in the Sacramento River Basin with case studies in other basins. I don't expect you to be able to read this flowchart. A copy is included in the handouts. This is the flowchart that was used to categorize surface water bodies in the Sacramento River Basin project. This flowchart is a modification of the approved flowchart that was successfully utilized to identify over 6,500 water bodies in the 1992 Inland Surface Water Plan. The beginning of the flowchart has an off-ramp for closed recirculating basins. There is a section to identify constructed facilities, and there is a detailed portion to evaluate water body characteristics to determine whether a natural water body is dominated with water from ag production activities or has been modified to facilitate ag production. The flowchart ultimately leaves to 7 categories of ag-dominated water bodies. The categories are constructed drains and supply channels, modified natural water bodies serving as drains and supply channels, ag-dominated natural water bodies, and controlled recirculating systems. Now, with the framework of the water body categorization process in place, a few questions needed to be answered. Can the process be utilized to adequately determine MUN use, and what are the necessary information needs and review steps? In addition, the categorization process worked in 1992, but with conditions having changed since then, can a process be successfully applied today across the different basins? The first case study was in the Sacramento River Basin. From 2012 to 2015, staff collaborated with CV Salts and stakeholders in the development of a basin plan amendment to remove the MUN beneficial use in 12 ag-dominated surface water bodies receiving NPDES discharges from 4 POTWs in the Sacramento River Basin. This amendment utilized a categorization approach to identify constructed agricultural drains and then applied exception 2B from the sources of drinking water policy to de-designate the MUN beneficial use. In the Sacramento River Basin case study, it provided an on-the-ground application of the water body categorization flowchart. In addition, through the effort, we developed a reporting template and a comprehensive monitoring guide. Finally, the adoption of the Sacramento Mune Basin Plan Amendment by the Central Valley Water Board, State Water Board, US EPA validated this approach. While we knew the process had worked in the Sacramento River Basin, we needed to determine if the approach would work in other basins. The San Luis Canal Company agreed to be a case study in the San Joaquin River Basin. Here is an expanded view of the district. The San Luis Canal Company represents typical agricultural operations in the San Joaquin River Basin, and discharges from the district flow north into Salt Slough, which then flows into the San Joaquin River. By applying the same process as the one used in the Sacramento River Basin, we received a report that identified 232 ag-dominated water bodies. Due to the extensive recycling and conservation of water in the district, all of the water bodies were identified as constructed or modified to convey ag drainage or a combination of drainage and supply water. For example, many of the canals that carry water into their system receive ag drainage from neighboring irrigation districts. In reviewing their monitoring information, we confirmed that the San Luis Canal Company is part of an Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program Coalition, which monitors their discharge downstream in Salt Slough. In addition, the district conducts widespread monitoring within their boundaries. The monitoring was found to be sufficient to identify changing conditions and potential impacts to downstream water bodies. A number of important outcomes resulted from the San Luis Canal Company case study. The application of the water body categorization flowchart and report template in the case study confirmed their suitability for use in a standardized process to evaluate Mune and ag-dominated water bodies across Central Valley basins. It also helped inform decisions regarding the type of review and verification process that would be needed to establish a standardized region-wide process. Findings from the San Joaquin River Basin case study are consistent to the Sacramento Basin case study, and staff proposes as part of this Basin Plan Amendment the removal of the Mune use from the water bodies in the San Luis Canal Company. Another matter identified in the case study was the need to establish a way of regulating smaller constructed water bodies that may not be named or identified in the initial evaluation process, or may be constructed after the evaluation process is completed. For example, when the San Luis Canal Company was evaluated in 1992 for the Inland Surface Water Plan, they listed approximately 150 water bodies in their system. With advanced GIS capabilities and changes in their system, they now have 231 named water bodies, some as small as 1/10 of a mile. But not every district may have the capability to provide this level of information, and does it really make sense to identify and name these small structures? So working with our stakeholders, we developed the following rule, nicknamed the distributary rule, to address the non-listed water bodies, which, to paraphrase, says that any non-listed constructed water body that is less than 1 mile and or serving less than 640 acres from a study area that has gone through the Mune evaluation process shall be regulated in the same way as the listed water body that provides flow to or receives flow from the unlisted water body. I think a picture of this will make it clearer. Say we have a listed name constructed ag drain that is greater than 1 mile in length. Then let's imagine that some years after the evaluation, the district digs a new drainage channel that is less than 1 mile that flows into the listed water body. With this proposed rule, this new constructed drain would have the same water body category and be treated in the same way as a listed water body. This would apply to constructed water bodies as well. However, if any of these unlisted water bodies are greater than 1 mile or serve greater than the 640 acres, they would need to go through the evaluation process to be named in the basin plan. One of the initial off-ramps in the flow chart is the category of closed controlled recirculating system. Two types were evaluated with the help of stakeholders, the year-round closed system and the seasonally closed system. While there were no specific recirculating systems used in this project to evaluate the immune beneficial use designation, two different case examples were used to develop application requirements. The first type is the year-round closed controlled recirculating system. We worked with representatives from a district located on the valley floor of the Tulare Lake Basin to better understand the operation and management of a year-round closed system. Year-round closed systems are designed to deliver irrigation water and retain seasonal ag return flows through recirculation and conveyance facilities. This type of system remains closed year-round, and surface water does not leave its designated boundaries. Benefits of these systems include maximizing water reuse, energy savings, and/or ensuring chemical concentrations remain on-site and do not impact downstream resources. The second type is the seasonally closed controlled recirculating system, and with the help of stakeholders, we evaluated historic rice operation in the Sacramento River Basin as a case example. Seasonally closed controlled recirculating systems are designed to operate like a year-round closed system, with the exception that the closure is only during a specific period of the irrigation season. Once the system is opened and no longer holding all of its water, surface water would discharge into receiving waters outside the designated system. In the 1990s, rice growers implemented seasonally closed systems to recirculate water to manage pesticide application. They had a set notification process when discharges occurred from the system. Today, these systems are not generally used because farmers are better able to manage and hold their water on the field. However, there is grown interest to use seasonally closed systems in the future to maximize water reuse. Two case examples served as a foundation for the development of the standardized recirculating system application. The applications are similar in concept to the individual water body categorization report template, but require additional components such as information on internal management processes and a set monitoring plan, as well as a plan for notifying downstream parties in events of emergency or seasonal releases. Based on the various case studies, we confirmed that the categorization framework could be used throughout the Central Valley and developed a companion reporting template and verification process. But we still needed to identify appropriate beneficial uses to associate with the different categories, as well as the appropriate water quality objectives and a consistent implementation process. Cindy Al-Young will now discuss development of these components.
Good morning, members of the board. I am Cindy Ao-Young, and I have taken the oath. We will be reviewing the water body categories and the beneficial use and water quality objectives that would apply to those categories. Then we will review the implementation program. As discussed in an earlier slide, the Sources of Drinking Water Policy, Exception 2B, applies to constructed and/or modified ag-dominated water bodies that convey or hold agriculture drainage. But the policy does not address other types of water bodies. This table lists 7 different ag-dominated surface water body categories that were identified by the water body categorization flowchart. Shrew just described how the flowchart was applied to different case study scenarios across the region. Categories such as constructed and modified ag drains meet Exception 2B of the Sources of Drinking Water Policy and would have a designation of no mune. The closed control recirculating system category also has a designation of no mune during closure periods. But what about these other categories that do not meet exceptions in the Sources of Drinking Water Policy? Through our surveys of different agriculture areas across the region and working with stakeholders, we found that these ag-dominated water bodies may provide limited potential as a source of mune due to inherent characteristics. A refined limited mune, or L-mune, beneficial use was developed to recognize these limited categories of ag-dominated water bodies. Staff recommends the following definition for limited mune. Uses of water for municipal and domestic supply in ag-dominated water bodies where the use is limited by water body characteristics such as intermittent flow, management to maintain intended ag use, and/or constituent concentrations in the water body. This table shows how the limited mune.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask you to identify or explain what you mean by constituent concentrations.
And because this is a system for the Central Valley wide, there's so much diversity in the system. When we were doing our water quality analysis in these types of water bodies, there were several instances where there were elevated natural background concentrations. So we were trying to encompass that as part of the definition without trying to name a specific constituent.
So the reference here is only the background concentrations of various natural constituents, is that correct?
That's the primary, but also in the maintenance of some of these systems for their intended ag use, some chemicals may be used seasonally. So it's a recognition of the different quality that could be in the system at the time. So while there may be times when there's quote unquote fresh water in the system that could be treated for immune use, any of these water bodies we would imagine could need different levels of treatment if we were going to use them in the future. So it's a recognition that they could potentially serve municipal use in the future, but it would be a limited use in the fact that it may need treatment.
And so when you say constituents in terms of the maintenance of these facilities, are you talking about herbicides?
Could be herbicides. It could also be dredging activities that stir up the sediment in the channel.
Thank you.
Jeannie, you'll need to introduce yourself.
Sorry. I'm Jean Chilcott. I'm Environmental Program Manager here in the Rancho Cordova office, and I did take the oath.
And Jeannie, since this is a natural break, I'd like to ask a question that I had. I heard you talking about exception 2B and how the first two water body categories C1 and M1 fit into that. And I noticed that the word said primary for the exception 2B. If the water system is designated or modified for the primary use of conveying, what would be a secondary use? And would that be, 51% of the time it's used for this, but 49% of the time it's used for something else? What might that
Well,
be?
actually, we're seeing a lot of it now with the flood flows. So the water bodies may have been constructed for irrigation supply, but they serve as a flood channel during the winter seasons. So the concept is, and that's one of the steps that we'll be discussing, Cindy will be discussing when we review the records, is we determine why the water body was constructed or modified when it was originally developed.
So just to clarify, primary means intended rather than majority of use. Right, it's not a percentage, that's what I thought I heard.
Part of the definition you'll see when we're trying to determine agricultural water body and ag-dominated water body, then it's a percentage of time. But for this, the exception 2B, it is an intended use. It was the primary reason that the water body was constructed or modified.
This table shows how the limited mune beneficial use is designated to these categories of ag-dominated water bodies. With specific beneficial uses applied to each water body category, we next needed to identify the appropriate level of protection for these uses. For those water bodies that have a no mune beneficial use designation, mune water quality objectives will no longer apply. For the development of the limited mune beneficial use, it was important to choose a water quality objective that would be protective of that use. The limited immune beneficial use could have a numeric and/or narrative objective. At the July 2015 board workshop, staff focused the discussion on the water quality objective options for the limited immune beneficial use.
Could you describe to me the difficulty of putting numeric, first of all, to back up, I hear that we're talking about some diversity in what we would expect in water quality in these. So could you discuss with me or describe to me the challenge that you have on putting numeric as opposed to narrative requirements on these?
So for the numeric objectives, it was really hard to put a number on it because, such as considering natural background concentrations. I mean, different water bodies would have different natural background concentrations. And also the numeric objectives currently that applies is the maximum contaminant levels, and they are just too restrictive to be applied to these limited immune water bodies.
Thank you, and it strikes me that for some of the constituents you might run into, there would not be an MCL. It could be better described in a narrative. Good, thank you, appreciate it.
So we came up with 3 numeric water quality objectives that were developed. All of the options relied on the maximum contaminant levels. And these MCLs were developed to protect users at the tap. And they were found to be too restrictive. 10 narrative water quality objectives were also developed and discussed at the board workshop. The lower scoring options had terms such as non-potable, natural background concentrations, or accumulation, which were all difficult to determine or define. Oops, sorry about that. The higher scoring options emphasize compliance with anti-degradation policies. Many of the concerns expressed by stakeholders during this process was related to preventing the water quality in these water bodies from getting worse, unless it was consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state. These are concepts that circle back to what is already in the state's anti-degradation policy. Many of the concerns, the outcome of the workshop was a general discussion, general direction to move forward with one of these narrative water quality objectives because it would provide greater flexibility to address various types of water body categories and conditions. The recommended water quality objective is water quality and downstream beneficial uses will be protected consistent with the state anti-degradation policy. The recommended narrative is based on the use of state's anti-degradation policy and is presented with clear and concise language. Here's an example to illustrate the water quality objective. There is a limited immune water body that flows into a immune water body. The upstream constituent concentration is 0.5 micrograms per liter within the limited immune water body. There is a discharge of 5 micrograms per liter going into the limited immune water body. The downstream concentration of a constituent is now 1.0 micrograms per liter. And the discharge appears to be impacting the downstream immune water body based on the 0.1 increase. We have to make a finding to determine that the degradation is consistent with the anti-degradation policy. This concept will be discussed in more detail in the implementation section.
I find a problem with your example, it seems to me. Maybe I didn't drink enough coffee today. It seems to me that in fact you're diluting that 2 microgram per liter concentration. Of course, it's a function of the relative flows. But if you have 2 and you add 1, I don't see where you're increasing the concentration.
Dr. Longley, I think that that was This was just a caricature. I think the idea is that it could in some cases, and you're right, that's it's something that I didn't catch when it was coming across, so apologize for that.
Thank you.
This narrative water quality objective was chosen to be the appropriate protection of limited mean water bodies. Based on the case studies, the development of the limited mean beneficial use definition and its water quality objective, staff and stakeholders determined that there were no basin-specific requirements. Therefore, the region-wide categorization framework was selected as the preferred project alternative. However, we still needed to develop a consistent and streamlined implementation program to support the region-wide framework. In addition, we needed a monitoring and surveillance program to evaluate program compliance and effectiveness. Next, we will review the proposed implementation and monitoring and surveillance requirements for this preferred alternative that were developed through the stakeholder process. At the August 2016 board workshop, the discussion focused on the details of the proposed implementation program of the region-wide evaluation. Today, we will review the implementation program briefly. The goal for this project is to develop a streamlined implementation program for reporting information to the Central Valley Water Board, assigning the appropriate immune beneficial use designation and water quality objectives, and ensuring that downstream beneficial uses are protected. The primary options that have been considered are to implement the process on an as-needed basis or a time schedule. Applying it on an as-needed means that the water bodies that are not listed in the basin plan would maintain their immune designation until such a time that an applicant or the regional water board requested this evaluation. Implementing the process on a time schedule means that all the ag-dominated water bodies in the region would be adopted into the basin plan according to the requirements set forth in a time schedule. Staff and stakeholders preferred the as-needed basis option. This option provides flexibility to the applicant to decide whether or not they want to evaluate the immune beneficial use designation in their area. There are 3 key steps of the implementation program, which include the process, initiation, and review, the establishment of interim designations, and the adoption of the designations into the basin plan. I will walk through each of these 3 main steps, starting with step 1, the process initiation and review. The immune evaluation process can be initiated by an applicant or the regional water board. Once the process is initiated, the applicant must submit a notice of intent or NOI, including information such as name, contact information, number of water bodies, or approximate area under consideration, and the anticipated date of report and/or application submittal. The applicant will then utilize the water body categorization flowchart to categorize their water bodies. The applicant will also submit information about their water bodies in the form of the standardized templates developed from the case studies and examples. Step 1 also includes the review of documents that were submitted by the applicant. The review and verification process consists of multiple key assessments, which include 1. Water body category designations. This includes reviewing submitted documents such as photos, maps, construction records, cross-checking information with the 1992 Inland Surface Water Plan reports, and site surveys conducted by staff to ground truth the area. 2. Staff will verify current and potential future municipal or domestic supply diversions within and downstream of the water bodies. 3. Staff will confirm and verify any information about water quality constituents of concern within and downstream of the area by looking at reports from the regional board monitoring programs and outside agencies. And finally, 4, staff will review existing water quality monitoring within and downstream of the water bodies, utilizing comprehensive monitoring guides. These guides will be discussed in a later slide by Ann Littlejohn. We will now move along to the second step, which is the establishment of interim designations. This step is very important because it allows for the establishment of interim permit limits in a much shorter time frame than a water body by water body basin planning effort. Based on the review process, staff will develop draft recommendations for water body or system category designations, mune beneficial use designations, and monitoring requirements to protect downstream beneficial uses. Once staff and applicant reach an agreement on the recommendation, staff will submit them to the executive officer for review and approval. Once the executive officer approves the recommendation, a notice of tentative approval is available for public comments. Staff will review and consider public comments. A notice of approval is publicly posted once revisions are made and approved by the executive officer. The provisions of the notice of approval will be appended to a reference document. These steps would ensure an open and transparent approval process of staff recommendations. This reference document will be a separate document that will list the water bodies that have been evaluated but have not been yet incorporated into the basin plan. It will include the evaluated water bodies, their board-approved interim water body categories, their interim mune or limited mune beneficial use designations, and any monitoring and surveillance program elements that must be maintained during the time the water body is on the reference document. When the board issues permits to dischargers that discharge into water bodies listed in the reference document, the board will be authorized to prescribe interim permit requirements consistent with the interim water body categorization. The reference document will have a finite time frame of 5 years with an extension of no greater than 3 years and will be publicly available on the Central Valley Water Board website. The board will periodically incorporate lists of evaluated water bodies from the reference document into the basin plan, thereby formalizing the water body characterizations. At that point, the interim permit requirements would become final permit requirements. We're now at the final step, adoption into the basin plan. Updates to the reference document will be bundled approximately every 3 years and prepared for a basin plan amendment by staff. The Central Valley Water Board will review and consider adoption of interim recommendations into the basin plan. The adoption will be followed by the basin plan amendment approval process of the State Water Resource Control Board and the Office of Administrative Law and US EPA as appropriate. This is an estimated timeline of the implementation. It is anticipated that the region-wide process basin plan amendment can set interim permit limits in approximately 1.5 years for potentially hundreds of water bodies, whereas a typical basin plan amendment can take anywhere between 3 to 5 years to set permit limits for each water body. This region-wide process allows for a more timely application of appropriate permit limits and streamlined basin plan amendment process. Ann Littlejohn will now begin the discussion of monitoring and surveillance.
Dr. Longley, before Ann speaks, because we have 2 new board members and the whole, the limited mune and the application of the narrative is so important to be understood by the board. I'd like to go back to that slide 37 and kind of walk the board through it. I know you had problems with the numbers. We can ignore the numbers. I just can use it as an illustration for the, especially the new board members on anti-degradation. Because sitting here, there are? Yeah. You're serious? Okay. Then I'll let staff continue because this part is really important because this is the protection of downstream uses is one of the comments by some parties as to why this shouldn't go forward. So it's really important they understand this.
And for the record, I just noted that there are subsequent slides that go back to that. So.
Okay. I haven't been involved in all of the presentations like I normally have. You would be, Dr. Longley, so I apologize, but
No reason for apologizing.
this is really important. Okay, go
It
ahead,
is.
Ann.
It is, but I don't think that that was the example that you wanted to talk about.
It was a good illustration of how what anti-degradation in the intent of
Yeah, but
anti-degradation is all about.
It's when you have high concentrations going into a good quality water, which wasn't illustrated by that one. Yeah, it was mistyped. It was.
Well, you did on the,
In fact, I've sketched out here, it's something that you cover when you're teaching certain classes, and I have the formulas here.
I could have used it, Dr. Long, believe me, I could have used it, but okay.
Thank you. No, it's a good sketch to start with, but there's a story to tell with it, and that story's not told by the one that exists. And I appreciated Adam taking the bullet and.
Well, when we see it again, we'll pretend that 1 is a higher number.
Yes.
Well, since you guys are talking about it, I mean, I saw it's carbon over here. It looks like it's a 0.5, and then a 5 is going into it. Right.
If you had a 5, it would be a whole different story, and that's the story.
I don't want
we're trying
to.
to make.
I know.
Doctor, the cases could be exactly as the illustration was, and it could be something different. In either case, it's the downstream water body we have to demonstrate has not been
Right,
truly
in the
affected.
case that you showed, it's actually beneficial to the downstream, which is not the usual case. Yeah, 0.5.
You're right.
It depends on the flows, as you noted, so.
Yeah, even if the flow is even.
Can we just get back to the presentation?
Yeah,
I'm so
you're
sorry
right.
I interrupted you,
We
sorry.
get to see it again, so
Okay,
just hold on, yeah, hold on to your
go
hat.
ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the focus here.
Good morning, board members. My name is Ann Littlejohn, and I have taken the oath. For the next part of this presentation, I will be discussing the monitoring and surveillance program for these proposed amendments. But before I get started, I want to point out that this has been one of the most controversial issues. While there has been general agreement on the need to recognize the unique characteristics of ag-dominated surface water bodies, there has been ongoing concern as to the potential impacts this type of effort may have on downstream beneficial uses where the mune use is currently existing. As mentioned earlier, to use exception 2B in the sources of drinking water policy to de-designate the mune beneficial use, there must be water quality monitoring to assure compliance with all relevant water quality objectives. Monitoring is also an important component to ensure that there are no unreasonable impacts to downstream limited mune or mune water bodies. To fulfill these requirements, the assessment of water quality monitoring that we are proposing as part of the overall implementation of these amendments will consider activities within and downstream of the area under consideration. We found that the best way to provide this type of assessment was through the development of comprehensive monitoring guides. I don't expect you to be able to read these figures, but examples are provided as part of your handout package. In 2015, a comprehensive monitoring guide was completed for the Lower Sacramento River Basin and was discussed in detail at the board hearing for the Sacramento Mune Case Study Basin Plan Amendment. Since then, staff has also completed a guide for the Lower San Joaquin River Basin. We will not go over all the specific details of these guides today, but I want to point out a few of the key features. The comprehensive monitoring guides include detailed major basin monitoring information for the Central Valley Water Board's monitoring programs, as well as outside entities. So this would include information from NPDES permits, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP, Department of Drinking Water Source Water Monitoring, as well as outside entities like the Department of Water Resources. These guides are maintained by Water Board staff internally and online. We know that there will be changes to the monitoring that is going on today, and therefore the guides will be updated and expanded every 3 to 5 years in conjunction with basin plan updates as available resources permit. A list and a map of the monitoring sites in the lower San Joaquin River Basin is shown here in this example. And here is an excerpt from the guide. Again, I don't expect you to read all this, but it's also included in your packet. For every monitoring site, we'll document the site code, the agency, the program, monitoring plan information, and project term. And the table will also include constituent level information from categories like general water quality parameters, nutrients, metals, pesticides, toxicity, along with the monitoring frequency. Staff wanted to make sure that the information collected in these guides will be a useful tool for monitoring assessment and decision making. Case-by-case monitoring assessments will help us to ensure the protection of downstream water quality for each application we receive. After reviewing the existing monitoring programs and water quality data, staff may recommend one of the following options to provide that assurance. The first is that no additional monitoring is required because existing water quality data demonstrate that the change in the immune beneficial use designation will not result in unreasonable impacts to water quality in downstream water bodies, or because continued monitoring by existing regulatory monitoring programs, such as that by the Irrigated Lands or NPDES programs, are sufficient to provide that assurance. If neither the data or the existing monitoring requirements can ensure that there are no unreasonable impacts to downstream water quality, staff would recommend that the board either modify or add monitoring requirements to fill in the data gaps. Water quality results from any existing or additional monitoring added as a condition of interim designations will be evaluated as part of the Basin Plan Amendment step of the proposed process. The proposed Basin Plan amendments specify that any new or existing water quality monitoring will remain in effect at least until such a time that water quality data demonstrate that the change in the immune designation has not resulted in unreasonable impacts to water quality in downstream waters. The monitoring requirements may be altered or reduced consistent with applicable regulatory requirements. Dischargers who initiate new discharges or changes in character, location, or volume of discharge will be responsible to ensure that they do not result in unreasonable impacts to water quality downstream.
I'm sorry, Ann, how do they do that? How do they ensure?
Well, during the permit process, if they're going to have a new discharge or they're changing the volume, character, location, then that has to be part of their permit renewal process, and they need to report that and be responsible for any changes and what impacts that would have to downstream water bodies.
So I'll also add, and we may go into this in greater detail, there's a very comprehensive monitoring system that monitors many of the waterways throughout the Central Valley. And many of the discharges right now are under time schedule orders to bring them into compliance with the MUN. And frankly, the removal or the de-designation of the MUN or the change to limited MUN is pretty well understood because that's what they're discharging right now. They're in the process of developing different concepts to bring their discharges into compliance with the MUN standards. But if we remove the MUN standards, it's pretty much a status quo. So we have a pretty good understanding of the dynamics in many of the systems.
Great, and you answered the question. It's a prospective insure. It's not a retroactive insure, so thank you.
The proposed Basin Plan Amendment language also says that as resources permit, the Central Valley Water Board staff will work with other agencies and regional monitoring programs to conduct Title 22 source water monitoring in key MUN-designated watersheds like the Sacramento River, the San Joaquin River, and the Feather Rivers. And that'll be every 3 to 5 years to support the integrated report process and the watershed sanitary surveys.
Just one moment here. I Looking at the record here, I think we'll wrap this up around 12:30. We've been in session for a long time. I need to call a 5-minute recess.
Okay. I'm gonna go hit that. next?
I hope to remember,
Okay.
but if I don't, let me know.
What about, you want to do the oil stuff? Oh, she wants to do this? Okay, then I can get her. No, I'm not. I figured she was very
We're ready to go. We're back in session.
Okay. So we've provided you with a lot of information today. So I just want to step back and walk through the San Luis Canal Company case study as an example with a little more focus on our monitoring and surveillance component. As discussed earlier, we started with the water body categorization report submitted by the San Luis Canal Company. We followed up with the staff review and verification process, where we ended up with 231 constructed or modified ag drains. Since the water bodies convey ag drainage, they may meet exception 2B of the sources of drinking water and have their immune use removed if the discharge is monitored to ensure that relevant water quality objectives are met. So the next step was to consider which monitoring option best fulfilled the requirements of exception 2B. Similar to the Sacramento Valley Basin Plan Amendment, we created that comprehensive monitoring guide for the lower San Joaquin River Basin. We reviewed a number of water quality data sources like the 303D Integrated Report, Irrigated Lands Annual Report, Central Valley Monitoring Studies, and watershed sanitary surveys to identify constituents of concern downstream of the San Luis Canal Company to see if there were any data gaps. From the San Luis Canal Company discharge sites down to the first municipal intake on the San Joaquin River in the Delta for the city of Stockton, staff identified 15 different monitoring efforts and approximately 65 different monitoring sites. This evaluation showed that monitoring is conducted by many different agencies, including ongoing long-term internal programs such as the Irrigated Lands Program. These programs regularly monitor a wide variety of constituents, including those that were identified as a potential concern. This evaluation led us to the recommendation of the second monitoring option of continued regulatory monitoring to meet the requirement for exception 2B and to ensure that there are no unreasonable impacts to water quality downstream of the San Luis Canal Company. Based on our case studies and the fact that these proposed amendments are focused on ag-dominated surface water bodies, much of the relevant monitoring information comes from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Under the Irrigated Lands Program, agricultural coalitions and individuals are required to comply with monitoring requirements set forth in their waste discharge requirements. Dischargers work with Irrigated Land staff to identify representative monitoring locations for watersheds with agricultural operations that can be used to assess water quality from specific drainage areas. Triggers are incorporated to protect beneficial uses of water bodies that receive agricultural discharges. Triggers serve as an early warning system to identify water quality changes and could be used to interpret the narrative objective and evaluate compliance of the limited mune beneficial use. Should triggers be exceeded, responsible coalitions or individuals initiate management plans to track sources of constituents of concern, implement control practices, and monitor effectiveness. If the Mune beneficial use is changed from a surface water body receiving point source discharges, such as a municipal or domestic wastewater discharge, dischargers would still be regulated under the NPDES program to conduct a reasonable potential analysis, or RPA, with consideration given to the beneficial uses of the receiving water body. Dischargers must also ensure anti-degradation requirements are met for the receiving water and downstream water bodies. Changes to the Mune beneficial use in ag-dominated water bodies will not change the way municipal stormwater permits are administered. A primary focus of the program is on best management practices to minimize water quality impacts from storm runoff, and monitoring efforts will continue to address 303D listed pollutants and other constituents of concern for the remaining beneficial uses designated in the ag-dominated water bodies and their downstream water bodies. So one of the questions we received is, how would we regulate discharges into a limited Mune water body? As discussed earlier, a water body that has been designated with limited Mune will require that the board regulate discharges consistent with the state's anti-degradation policy. Here is what the state's anti-degradation policy requires. Basically, the anti-degradation policy prohibits the board from issuing permits that will result in the degradation of high-quality waters unless the board finds that the degradation will not result in violations of applicable water quality objectives, it will not unreasonably affect beneficial uses, that the discharger will employ best practical treatment or control of the wastes to minimize degradation, and the degradation is consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state. The new water quality objective for the limited Mune emphasizes that water quality and downstream beneficial uses must be protected consistent with the anti-degradation policy. So this requires that the board make sure that when it issues permits to dischargers, that the discharge will not result in violations to both the receiving water and the waters downstream. In addition, when issuing permits to dischargers that discharge into a limited Mune water body, the board will still require to consider whether dischargers have considered BPTC, as well as whether the degradation will be consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state. Going back to Cindy's example, here it is, with Chairman Longley's notes included. With Cindy's example here, where the discharge is causing a slight degradation in downstream water quality, the board will not require the discharger to comply with primary and secondary MCLs in the limited water body. However, the discharger is not then given free rein to totally disregard water quality, since both the receiving water and the downstream water must be protected consistent with the state's anti-degradation policy. The board will need to find that the discharger is using best practical treatment and controls, and that the discharge is not causing any exceedance of the MCL in the downstream water body, and that the degradation is consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state before the discharge could be permitted. So the last portion of this presentation.
I just want to make sure, not you guys, sorry, I'm being really, do y'all understand? Did you understand what was the whole concept there? I got to make sure, because I'm looking at the new board members more importantly, so, okay, all right.
Not ready yet, okay. Okay, we had a conversation afterwards, and Carmen, we're on the same page. So any questions I had, I went back and forth with her, so I understand the concern.
And my concern still is, the question that follows as we go through this presentation is, if there's a significant exceedance, what happens? I mean, is it a standard regulatory approach, enforcement approach that we go through for having exceedances, or we just go to, I don't know. I don't want to suppose something, but I am curious.
So, if I can respond to that, in our anti-degradation approach, similar to what we've done in many of our MPDS permits, there'll be a study done or a model done to look at, well, what assimilative capacity is being taken, what are the causes in downstream waters. In fact, you saw similar to this for a recent permit for Turlock and Modesto on how much nutrient impacts there would be to some of the downstream waters, much further beyond where the discharge was. So the idea is never to get to that exceedance point during the permit. You model it for ensuring that you know what's going to happen, and then they meet those limits. And if they don't meet the limits of their permit, then there would be enforcement as under our normal programs.
Really supportive of this, and I think this is a necessary step that we need to take, both to be effective and efficient with our enforcement, but also to be, ensure ag is economically viable as it can be, because
So
it
this
is an
is also
important part of
for-
our economy. But at the end game here is what you said, basically, is that there's significant exceedances, beyond their permit limits, then, we go through our standard enforcement policy. I think that's a key point in this presentation. I don't mean to jump ahead, but that particular point in time, because somewhere it's going to be reached, and we need to know how we're going to respond.
So the other key point that that Ann is discussing is the monitoring component, and that's the key elements for that adequate demonstration. To conduct the modeling, you have to have some amount of data, and then you have to have some validation that is done through the follow-up monitoring of the.
And the monitoring is particularly critical because you can have the situation where you're in compliance 364 days out of the year, but during a spraying event, as an example, there is contamination that takes place, and you have this spike. And how do you see those spikes? That becomes a critical consideration,
Yeah.
particularly when this spike moves downstream. It can have considerable impact on habitat.
So remember, these are addressing municipal drinking water constituents, so some of the things you're probably talking about are not covered under the MUN designation. So
Right,
this
right.
is an example for the new board members where, in the Live Oak example, the very disadvantaged small community was required to spend millions of dollars to upgrade to address a nitrate value where there was no real downstream impact. But because of this general application of MUN, it was being forced into doing upgrades it couldn't really afford and wasn't really necessary to protect water quality.
And you're talking about Live Oak, yes.
Live Oak, and so these are similar. That was a straight MUN municipal. The LMUN now is a new beneficial use being designated by staff that the board can put some limits on there. It's recognizing municipal could be a potential use, but the water would have to be some sort of treatment to bring it into drinking water standards. So it's important to note that the anti-degradation is such an important tool by the board and the staff in developing permits. We have, even if the water body could handle, say, a discharge of 20 and be okay, anti-degradation keeps us in limitation of that because we're just not going to allow a discharger to degrade a water body up until the objective. We're going to try to protect it as high quality as possible, keeping in mind that we have the balancing of the cost and the benefit to the people. So that's our chore, and that's our charge, and that's why this anti-degradation application, especially in a surface water component, as this program is all about, is a very important tool, and the way the board can ensure that the water quality will stay protected.
And similar to what Member Schneider said, I'm concerned certainly about enforcement, but given, the importance of immune use, I'd also be interested in hearing about the speed within which the board staff can respond to exceedances, because the end result could be so severe for the people of the state.
Yeah, so the receiving water, I'm sure we'll be looking at trends, because we don't want to wait till we have an exceedance of an objective to take enforcement. We'd be looking at the trend to make sure it's not going up, ticking up above a certain acceptable level.
So the last portion of this presentation is focused on the proposed changes to the basin plans and our next steps and timeline. The proposed basin plan amendment will establish a standardized region-wide process for evaluating the appropriate immune beneficial use and associated water quality objectives, implementation, and monitoring requirements in ag-dominated surface water bodies across the Central Valley region. It will establish a limited immune beneficial use that could apply to ag-dominated water bodies that have inherent limiting conditions such as low flows or elevated natural background constituent concentrations. It utilizes a reference document outside of the basin plans to list water body categories and associated immune designations, which can be used by the board to establish interim permit limits until such a time that the water bodies are adopted into the basin plans. And it establishes appendices for limited immune water bodies and for water bodies where the immune use has been removed. And finally, the proposed amendments will apply the evaluation process and remove the immune beneficial use from 231 constructed or modified ag-dominated surface water bodies within the San Luis Canal Company service area located in the San Joaquin River Basin. So my last slide shows our next steps and timeline. This is the first of a two-part split hearing. The public comment period runs until March 17th of this year. We'll return to the board to consider adoption of these amendments in June. And if the amendments are adopted, we would anticipate a state board hearing by the end of this year, followed by the Office of Administrative Law and US EPA approval by mid-2018. And that concludes staff presentation, and we can stop here for questions or go right into our next speakers.
Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. Are there any questions?
I'm still looking at the end game, as I discussed earlier, and you know, when we have exceedances with ag water bodies, we have them put a management plan together and best management practices, and that approach has been very successful, I think. And I'm just wondering, and you know, I'm happy to continue that because it has been effective, but I am concerned sometimes when those cases where ag-dominated water bodies that get reclassified as limited immune intermunicipal waters close to larger public, you know, water sources or supplies, and is there a difference between somewhere like in this San Luis Canal system or some area maybe that might be just above like West Sac or this water supply issue or not? And I don't know. That sort of appears to me as being where the concern would arise.
And I think your concern, frankly, hits on the issue that has been the topic of, if not most of our discussions, at least a large number of the discussions as we develop this proposed basin plan amendment. The sources of drinking water policy, which is frankly mirrored with a limited MUN, is how the board is being, as the basin plan amendment is being proposed, requires monitoring from the system that is de-designated. And the way that this proposed basin plan amendment is set up is there will be, when it's being proposed for de-designation or a change in the MUN use to the LMUN use, the board will conduct a very thorough evaluation of all the existing monitoring information to see if that's sufficient to either conclude that the discharges aren't going to change and we've got the information to say that the downstream use is protected, so a static situation, and we know what's happening. The discharges aren't going to change, but we don't quite have enough information to continue to prove. In other words, there's models that show that we're in good shape, but we want monitoring to make sure that that is ground truth over the year to come. So the interim designation of that water body will be coupled with a monitoring program to monitor the discharges from that system to make sure that what we think is going to happen actually does happen, that downstream water body is protected. And lastly, if we look at the data and there is no monitoring program to adequately ensure the protection of downstream beneficial uses, but the models show that downstream beneficial uses will be protected, we would actually ask require a new monitoring system or enhancement to an existing monitoring system to make sure that the discharges from the system were still monitored to adequately ensure that downstream beneficial uses are protected.
Doesn't that flow, though, out of the anti-dig requirements?
That's the anti-dig, yes, but also.
And the anti-dig's not static, it's considered when the use is put on. But isn't it an ongoing, in other words, if there's changed uses that impact anti-dig?
We have to make findings with every permitting action or
That's
action
right.
by the board. But in terms of management plans, there's two. One here is we don't want to trigger the cost and expense of a management plan when it's not necessary for the protection of water quality. And two, some will say that doing this will allow them to just start discharging whatever they want. That's where the anti-degradation comes into play. They're not going to be allowed to just discharge up to whatever value they want. We will have requirements to maintain that. And if they violate those limits, then whatever the system is, whether it's a management plan or something else that the board requires, we'll be addressing that violation. But some of this, because we've got these water bodies designated by a blanket application of MUN, we do have the requirement for management plans when it's not necessary. So if it's necessary, yes, they should do it. When it's not, we don't want them to have to spend the money to do it.
And if I may, the one thing in the irrigated lands program, since you brought that up, Board Member Snyder, certainly one trigger is two exceedances in a 3-year period would trigger a management plan, but there's a couple other triggers there, and one is a finding that there's a contribution to a trending degradation in receiving waters. And so we haven't used that very much because we've been responding to exceedances, but certainly in a situation where this becomes an issue, especially in these limited immune cases, that trigger does exist.
And as I said, I mean, this general approach, I think, is critical in moving this direction. And one is spending dollars that aren't needed doesn't make sense to me or anybody else, I don't think. And I know not to this board. But, there's ancillary questions here that this helps. Is like Live Oak's a small rural community, and those communities are important in where we live and who we are. And the economic pressures in those communities are supplying clean water or treating wastewater or any other number of issues make these communities economically difficult. And so helping those in this way that both helps them economically and protects water quality, I think we're doing a good job. So thank you.
To take an example, though, and I won't use Live Oak, I'll take Community X. That is discharging, and we have waste permits to protect a ag-dominated drain if it goes into that. But if a source of fresh water, surface water, is miraculously found for that community, and that conveyance system suddenly becomes supplying fresh water for municipal use, I would suspect then its use would change. It would no longer be limited. It would gain a immune use. This is hypothetical, and I don't see it happening, but I can see a way that would force the change back to municipal. Am I correct?
Jeannie, yeah, and Jeannie, if you could comment on our discussions with the Division of Drinking Water with respect to these. Well, I know
With respect to bringing them back, or
No.
just not using them right now?
Not using them is what
we've had several discussions with the Division of Drinking Water on this particular issue because there has been concern, especially with water becoming such a precious resource. Well, we have quite a bit of it right now, but the fact that how they feel about the idea of removing the mune use. And essentially, they said that they would never authorize a diversion from an ag drain into as a municipal supply. In fact, they went so far as saying they would never allow a diversion from the San Joaquin River because of the amount of agricultural drainage that it carries as a municipal and domestic supply. So we're consistent with the approach that they're taking, but I understand what you're saying, Carl, and one of the caveats that we have in using this process is if a water body is currently supplying municipal or domestic supply or has an application in for supplying that it's not part of this process. It has to be evaluated separately.
And I guess what I'm saying is, we accept this for, we take this these designations for now, given the existing uses, but if uses change, it's not static.
So a limited MUN isn't saying that it cannot be used for municipal, but that water would probably be subject to treatment before it could ever be used for municipal. So I'm wondering to go back and forth on the.
And quite frankly, from what Jeannie said, probably the San Joaquin River should be limited immune. It never will be, but it.
Well, considering
yeah.
the surface water treatment rules, I'd say all of our surface
You're right.
waters could fall into that category.
Yeah.
The other sort of concern or question, or I don't even want to say concern, but issue is that, how does this impact on water availability or water quality for other uses? Is there an effect on wildlife or not, or riparian habitat or not? I'm sure that our staff is paying a lot of attention to that, actually. So, but I just wanted to.
So just a reminder,
mention
these
that.
are constituents for drinking water. And those limits, I mean, they're really for protection of humans, and so I'm sure they would have to look at all of that, but I don't think the constituents we're looking at, that's the biggest concern.
Yeah, and to be sure, there may be other efforts in subsequent years to refine the aquatic life uses in some of these areas, but where the aquatic life exists, we don't want to get into the practice of using human health constituents as a proxy for protecting aquatic life. Aquatic life is still protected independently of these basin planning actions. So there shouldn't be, as this process unfolds, there shouldn't be any circumstances where the removal of an MUN use or a change to a limited MUN use impacts an aquatic life use that should be protected independently of that MUN use. So I think that's something that we're fairly adamant about in conducting our environmental analysis and making sure that there aren't any adverse impacts.
Yeah, and I just think it's good to state that overtly. I mean, there are sometimes with decisions that we have to make about water, sometimes when water starts getting recirculated, water gets used more efficiently, there are these consequences, and they're, we just need to pay attention. So thank you for that statement.
Should we move on to our
Yes, I'm sorry.
stakeholders? Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, then we will go to the Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program testimony.
And probably I should just thank staff for their work on this whole program. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think I saw folks in the hall and mentioned what a nice presentation that was. And even though it's complex and layered, you sort of anticipated the questions that were coming and circled back and did a nice job. So thank you.
Honorable Board Chair Longley, Vice Chair Kadara, and members, my name is Alyssa Coleman, and I'm a senior engineer with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities. I'm here for the Sacramento River Source Water Protection Program, sponsored by the cities of Sacramento and West Sacramento, East Bay MUD, and the Sacramento County Department of Water Resources, protecting Sacramento River source water quality for over 2 million customers. Bonnie Starr is our program source water protection consulting expert and is joining me to provide highlights of our concerns. Our program seeks to maintain the high quality of the Sacramento River drinking water supply for the current and future generations. It is our responsibility as water utilities to ensure that our water is both healthful and free of any unpleasant taste, odor, or other aesthetic effects. We do not conceptually oppose the redesignation of MUN beneficial use from agricultural water bodies. However, we are concerned that the proposed process will be insufficient to protect downstream MUN use from potential long-term and cumulative impacts from MUND and redesignation of a large number of water bodies upstream of our intakes. Our program has provided significant stakeholder input on this project to seek protection of public health and welfare. We appreciate that some of our comments have been addressed. However, there are key areas of the proposed Basin Plan amendment that we believe need substantial changes to provide reasonable water quality protection in order to assure water quality is not reduced in the future by these de-designation changes. Our program will be submitting detailed written comments as well.
Questions? Thank you very much.
I'm Bonnie Starr, and I have taken the oath. Drinking water industry implements the multi-barrier approach as a key paradigm to providing drinking water, recognizing that there are 3 distinct protective barriers to protect public health and welfare: source prevention, water treatment, and distribution system maintenance. Degradation of downstream water supplies, if it occurred, would shift an increasing burden on protecting public health and welfare onto the drinking water suppliers, instead of ensuring that sufficient practical controls are in place to protect our use by preventing degradation. Once contaminants are introduced into source water, it's very difficult and time-consuming to reverse those trends, which then requires water utilities to either shift water supplies, if that's even possible, or attempt treatment remedies. The degradation in water quality would reduce public health protection and increase the cost of drinking water treatment and residual management. Drinking water standards are in place to protect public health and welfare. Primary and secondary drinking water standards apply to all community water systems regardless of size, source type, and the treatment design and processes. Although MCLs are intended to protect public health and welfare in the water served, source water levels are important and are the primary monitoring location for several constituents. In addition, the multi-barrier approach was included by the Regional Board in the Delta Drinking Water Policy. We continue to disagree with statements that the only purpose of primary and secondary MCLs is compliance at the tap after treatment. In addition, it's important to recognize that there are several other narrative objectives in the Basin Plan that are important for MUN source water protection by protecting general water quality constituents which have not yet developed drinking water standards but are known to impact human health. Oh, I went the wrong way.
Let me suggest you slow it down just a bit for the.
It's difficult also for the court reporter to get it all when you're going so fast.
I'm sorry, I have so much to say.
And Bonnie, let me ask one question. You
Yes.
made a distinction about at the tap versus, can you just walk through that just a little bit?
Certainly.
Your time doesn't count when you answer a question.
Thank you. So it's important to note that when we monitor for drinking water constituents, as under Title 22, the monitoring that we have to do is often in the raw water. And the primary reason is because we need to know if we're vulnerable to that contaminant and if we need to implement a targeted treatment technology to reduce that to the MCLs. So monitoring compliance is often in raw water. VOCs, SOCs, perchlorate, radiologicals, most of them are in the raw water where we do the monitoring. And then if we have high levels in our source water, that requires us to implement a specific targeted technology to reduce that level, then we go to monitoring of the treated water. So the assumption is that if it's not in your source water, it's not in your treated water. It's in your source water, you have to implement a focused technology to remove that. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. It sounded like, because the MUN designation is upstream of you guys.
We are, the Sacramento River is MUN designated, yes.
Right. And it sounded a little different when you said it the first time, so. But I got what you said, so thank you.
Yeah, the point we're trying to make is that we have to know what's in our raw water. So with the key concerns, the first one is related to the lack of sufficient problem identification. The Basin Plan Amendment does not provide sufficient problem identification, which leads to insufficient technical evaluation of the potential impacts of the region-wide process and insufficient commitment to ensure long-term protections for downstream MUN use. This is especially evident in the approach for water bodies that are not covered under the Sources of Drinking Water Policy exception for agricultural drainages 2B.
We're also concerned about whether some of the specifics proposed for the immune designation process are consistent with the sources of drinking water policy. For example, the policy specifically includes an exception for agricultural drainages, 2B, and it includes monitoring of the discharge to ensure compliance with downstream immune relevant water quality objectives. This proposed process includes de-designation using the exception for constructed and modified water bodies that are combinations of drainage and supply, the C1 and M1 categories. But there's no justification provided as to why those would meet the exception 2B agricultural drainage. We suggest that the process include a more specific definition for agricultural drainage to provide some reasonable or practical parameter for water bodies that are combinations to ensure that they are being accepted appropriately under the sources of drinking water policy for the primary purpose of conveying or holding agricultural drainage. Another example is an inconsistency with the sources of drinking water policy is the lack of a clear and specific commitment by the regional board to require monitoring of the water bodies that are de-designated under exception 2B to ensure compliance with the relevant water quality objectives. The limited immune beneficial use. Unfortunately, we think that the definition is very vague and it lacks specificity for the actual use that is allowed in the water body. It doesn't appear to be protective of current or future immune use, and it's not sufficiently protective of downstream use, which is our program's focus. Our understanding is that it doesn't directly provide water quality protections via any water quality objective, except for allowing the degradation under the state anti-degradation policy, which is actually less protection that's afforded than the sources of drinking water policy, which requires compliance with relevant water quality objectives. So since this new beneficial use is essentially providing the same function as the sources of drinking water policy exceptions, but for water bodies that do not meet those exceptions, the downstream use should be equivalent. We recommend that a solution be developed to include some sort of trigger language in the water quality objective or another solution that actually prevents degradation of our downstream immune use.
Before you go any farther, because you said a lot, I'd like to turn to Jeannie and ask her, you think the present language addresses the concern about this concern about really not being able to implement the drinking water policy language, or do you think that it does do that, and if so, how?
Well, I do feel that it does implement the policy of the drinking water language. The policy, I should have brought it with me, but it says the discharge shall not cause impact to relevant water quality objectives. What Bonnie seems to be saying is that that means that each and every discharge that is de-designated needs to be monitored, and we view it on a broader scale than that. I was going to actually ask Bonnie if I was interpreting that right, that each and every water body that we would de-designate using the exception 2B, you would expect monitored. In 1992, we identified 6,500 constructed facilities that could fall under exception 2B. I'm just curious if I heard that right.
Do you want to address that, or do you want me to? So we've been consistently providing input for a number of years now that we understand that there may be large clusters of de-designations that would geographically make sense to find a downstream monitoring location, or if there is an existing program that's in place that monitors for the relevant water quality objectives, and that's a big question because the de-designation is for the entire immune beneficial use. Monitoring programs are often focused on smaller number of constituents at selected locations at selected frequencies. And so our concern has been that the sufficiency of what's in place right now will not adequately capture those de-designations.
Okay, so that's consistent with the way that we've approached the system and why we developed the comprehensive monitoring directories, so that we could identify what was in place and identify if there was any specific area of concern that had inadequate monitoring where a cluster of these water bodies may be de-designated. And as Ann had mentioned in her evaluation, one of the things we looked at in particular were the sanitary surveys to help us identify if there were water quality concerns. What are the constituents of concern? And I'm sure Bonnie will tell you, the Sacramento River Basin is very high quality. There are very few constituents of concern, and I understand the fact that they want to keep it that way, and we do as well. So we have proposed in our Basin Plan Amendment on a regular basis as funding permits, and we were able to do it the last 2 years, to go out and evaluate all of the Title 22 constituents, whether or not they had been identified in sanitary surveys as being constituents of concern. So I do feel that we have a very layered process, that we work our way back into identifying what is relevant, a relevant concern, so that we can evaluate it. One of the other things that she mentioned was she doesn't feel that the anti-degradation is as stringent as having numeric water quality objectives. I have a tendency to disagree with that. Anti-degradation says you have to stay below the water quality objective, and you need to be able to justify and have a finding to have any incremental increase. So it says that you don't wait until you get to the water quality objective before you do something. You see an incremental increase that is not meeting the requirements of the anti-degradation best practical treatment and control, being to the maximum benefit of the people of the state, those other issues. So I actually find it more stringent than to wait to meet a water quality objective.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Just one thing I'd like to point us back to, and it's the overall process that Ann presented, where with any of these designations, there will be a look at the existing monitoring, at the existing regulatory programs, and asking these questions that have been brought up already as well. Do we have the monitoring in place to see if there's going to be, to ensure that we're watching, or do we need to ask for additional monitoring? And that's going to happen as part of each one of these that go forward. So, in answering your question, I do feel the amendment has the right processes in place to keep the eyes on the street, if you will. It's just we don't necessarily want to say right out the gate that there's not enough monitoring occurring, because we have a lot of regional programs in place that are looking at these things. We want to do it case by case.
And I presume that as a result of this meeting, that the comments from these fine folks and other folks are going to be put in writing and addressed in writing. Am I correct?
The comments from this meeting will
Yeah.
be, and the official comment period, anything we receive in writing by
Certainly.
March 17th will be
Certainly.
responded to.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So all the examples of monitoring were the lower San Joaquin, and right now we're talking about the Sacramento. Can you give me a sense of how much monitoring, since we just said that it's normally cleaner water? Is there a level of monitoring? Carl, cut me off.
For the Sacramento River Basin, we did the comprehensive monitoring guide for the de-designation of the 12 water bodies a couple years ago. And we looked at the monitoring from approximately Colusa Basin drain area down to the Delta. And if I remember correctly, don't hold me totally to these numbers, but I want to say there were 23 different monitoring programs and maybe like 55 different monitoring sites, somewhere in that ballpark. And a lot of them were ongoing regulatory program monitoring.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? You go ahead and finish your testimony.
To turn your mic back on, please.
For the implementation program, we continue to have concerns about the sufficiency of available data and the rigor in the implementation program's proposed evaluation process. There are lacking specific details and cites the need for flexibility, which often results in inconsistent application and outcomes. Also, the definition of ag-dominated water bodies, including both supply and drainage waters, is a concern to us. Since the definition is only based on the irrigation season, which itself is not defined, not the rest of the year, it may be insufficiently represent risk to downstream water bodies in the non-irrigation season. We're concerned that the assumptions of no impact, paired with what we believe is insufficient monitoring data, may lead to the approval of water bodies that warrant further evaluation before an approval of changes in their beneficial use. Another thing is the implementation flowchart itself doesn't actually show an off-ramp for systems that are reviewed and determined do not meet the D designation requirements. And the case studies which were completed included no testing of the water body characterization flowchart for recirculating systems or water bodies that didn't already meet the sources of drinking water policy exception 2B. Monitoring and surveillance, we're concerned that the program doesn't provide real assurances of sufficient monitoring and evaluation of that data to support the board in performing assessment of water quality changes, identifying degradation early, and implementing action to correct those problems rather than addressing the issues once they become a public health or welfare issue. It'd be more helpful if the basin plan addressed how data gaps would be addressed, how the downstream water quality changes and cumulative impacts will be evaluated, and who would be the responsible parties that can implement solutions if there are impacts. The chapter on surveillance and monitoring doesn't specify the process that the regional board will use to comprehensively review the available data and assess those trends of degradation in the D or redesignated water bodies or the downstream in the long term. The sources of drinking water policy clearly requires monitoring of de-designated water bodies and agricultural drains under exception 2B, and we believe that this basin plan should include the similar things for the new limited mune beneficial use. We think that there's insufficient details provided that allow for consistent application of the evaluation process, and there doesn't appear to be any evaluation of the cumulative impacts of those D and redesignations over time.
We do not agree with the rationale for no peer review, and we believe that it would be important for the regional board to obtain peer review, including the Division of Drinking Water and the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. We are concerned that the inclusion of less than significant water quality impacts for the region-wide process is based on insufficient data evaluation and consideration of the potential for long-term and cumulative water quality impacts to downstream MUN water bodies. The economic analysis lacks consideration and evaluation of drinking water treatment and residual management costs. We request that the board carefully consider the importance of protecting the increasingly limited drinking water supplies in the Central Valley for the long term. Maintaining source water quality is critical to providing a drinking water supply that protects public health at reasonable costs. We appreciate the investment of the board and board staff in the stakeholder process and the opportunity to provide input as the process was being developed. We request that the board direct staff to further consider the constructive input provided by our program to help ensure the process provides sufficient long-term protection of drinking water beneficial use, consistency with the intent of the sources of drinking water policy, the state anti-degradation policy, and the general state policy on the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water. We plan to include additional comments in our written comments, and we appreciate our time today and thank you for consideration of our requests.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
So one question that was brought up, or one issue, maybe this is a lawyer question. I'm not sure which lawyer to look at. Point him over there. The position that was brought up about the 2B is a very limited exemption, and we've broadened that sense. Can you just answer that or respond to that?
So what we're talking about, frankly, when we get into the sources of drinking water policy, some of the most pressing issues for the board to resolve are frankly ambiguities in the language of the sources of drinking water policy. It's very short. We're talking about, I think actually Jeannie quoted it in its entirety almost. And nearly perfectly as well. And she's been working with this a while. So when we're talking about the exception 2B, and when we're talking about what is constructed or modified ag drain, it doesn't have any more elucidation as to what that means aside from those words right there in the language of the drinking water policy itself. So part of the process that we've been engaging in over the past years is to try and figure out what that means. And then for the water bodies that may not meet that exception, those are the ones that are candidates for the limited MUN designation. So essentially we wouldn't be removing the MUN beneficial use designation. We'd be changing it to a limited MUN beneficial use designation. And part of the reason for that type of formulation was because we recognize that the source of drinking water policy only applies to a certain subset of the water bodies that we're looking at, or we believe are candidates for some change to the beneficial uses. Otherwise, it might be a situation where we would just craft an implementation policy that would apply to ag supply, ag drain, water bodies in general. What we're trying to do with a limited MUN is really pay some fealty to the language in the source of drinking water policy.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, Carl.
Go ahead, Bob.
You guys were part of the stakeholder participation in the development of this?
Yes, we've been involved in the stakeholder process since 2012.
Yeah, I'm looking at this slide and I don't see the Woodland Davis new intake facility. I was wondering if you, I mean, I started laughing at myself because I realized, oh, I'm getting water here too because I live in Davis, and we're like, oh, I better think about that, and hope that we have a good testing facility, a monitoring facility at the treatment plant there. But that aside, I just wonder, as part of this organization, it may be, I don't know if you're in the discussions at all with that organization.
The Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency participates in the Sacramento River Watershed Sanitary Survey as part of a regional effort on that project. And then there's voluntary source water protection efforts that each agency decides whether they would like to participate. And so we definitely share information on these efforts with Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency, but they're not one of the sponsoring agencies of this work that we presented today.
That's kind of an aside, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments?
Well, the other comment, the one that might be addressed today is just the comment about whether we should have peer review of this or not.
Well, yes. You've already had conversation, Jeannie, with drinking water. I think it would be worth, personally, my opinion, it would be worth it would be worthwhile to get a formal comment out of them. Don't know about OEHA. Have you been speaking with them?
No, not, I don't think, I know that we've reached out to them. I don't think we've ever been able to engage them. But the peer review that I believe that is being discussed is a little different than reaching out to DDW and the other groups, which we have been doing. When we hear peer review from a basin planning perspective, we're thinking of independent science peer review, which is the peer review that we opted not to pursue, specifically because we're not developing new science here. We're interpreting existing policy and we're using material that has been developed. And so we evaluated this, laid it out, and determined that independent scientific peer review was not really appropriate for this type of a project where we're evaluating and interpreting policy.
And I had some questions of OEHA because that gets more into the science side of it. I would be very interested in drinking water weighing in on this.
Let me ask you guys, was the peer review, I thought I saw it on the environmental quality slide. Was I wrong?
Yes, we were providing input on the environmental review document that was part of the staff report.
So you're asking for a peer review of the environmental review?
Yes.
And Jeannie, it sounded like you said you thought they wanted a peer review of the science? I just want to make sure we're talking to the same thing.
It's a little bit different. Normally when we do basin plan amendments, we're creating new science, we're developing new criteria, water quality objectives, those types of things, and we have an independent science peer review panel to ensure that we've evaluated the science correctly. So I think what I was going to ask for really was their whole presentation written out so I could really understand what it was they were asking for and follow up and see if what they really want is just some outside agencies to also review the environmental evaluation that was done.
May I respond to
Good question. Yes, go ahead and respond.
Thank you. So yes, our specific point today was on the environmental review part of the document. However, we have been stating throughout the process the importance of getting the input, especially from the Division of Drinking Water, on the entire project and on the entire process being proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a written comment and a written reply, which is for the board to consider. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I then call Debbie Webster, Civiqua.
Thank you, Chair Longley. And I'd actually like to start by congratulating you for your 25 years. Very,
Don't embarrass
yeah,
me again.
I don't, well, you need to be embarrassed because that is quite an
That was
accomplishment.
quite an honor, but my gosh, everybody else does so much. I'd rather not focus on me. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And board members, thank you also. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And really, I want to start by commending staff and you and Pamela for just going through these processes through a stakeholder process. It really allows us to talk about these issues, to find out needs, to try to address them collaboratively, and to come up with the best solution. And through that, Civiqua participated, very much in this process, and want to thank staff, and especially Anne and her leadership on this, with getting this through, and think that the proposal that staff is putting forth to is reasonable. Do we love every aspect of it? No. We, as you well know, through the last decade, really feel like the Basin Plan allows you to self-implement those provisions that are in the sources of drinking water, as you put it in there. But about 10 years ago, there was a reinterpretation of the Basin Plan language, and so here we are. We think that this is the right thing to do, to move forward on this. And as we look towards the future and look towards beneficial uses, we hope that the thoughtfulness goes in prior to kind of this back trying to fix things. And so, because that will be coming down the way. But as it goes, I just really want to support this and thank the staff. We know that beneficial uses are the keystone to water quality protection. We are very much about water quality protection. That is what our agencies do, and are committed to doing. And so, as drinking water is an appropriate designation, we think that is appropriate to protect at those designated sources. The blanket designation caused kind of this problem where it wasn't a thoughtful designation as to whether or not drinking water should be taken out of these types of drains. And I will tell you, there's other exceptions in there, including effluent-dependent water bodies, that we are concerned about too, and feel like the sources of drinking water needs to, the policy there should be meaningfully applied, not just as a blanket designation. So for that, I just want to say thank you and appreciate this, appreciate all your support of this and the other efforts that we're doing through CV Salts, and I'll look forward to talking to you about CV Salts in less than a month. So thanks.
Okay. We're going to hear a lot of CV Salts this year. Thank you very much. Next, please, Debbie Liebersbach, Turlock Irrigation District.
Good morning. My name's Debbie Liebersbach, and I'm here representing the TID, and I have taken the oath. First off, I'd like to indicate that we have participated in the collaborative process that the regional board and their staff has undertaken to develop this draft Basin Plan amendment, and we appreciate all the effort that they've taken to do that, and to address the issues raised by the current designation while still continuing to recognize and protect the water quality in these water bodies and the downstream water bodies. What I wanted to do was to provide an example of why the Basin Plan Amendment is so important and how it could help water agencies as they work towards making better use of available water supplies. The Turlock Irrigation District has been working with the City of Turlock to provide Tuolumne River surface water supplies for drinking water purposes. By its very nature, that project would take surface water that's currently going to agricultural uses, take that away from agricultural use and provide it for urban uses within our service area. As you can imagine, that was controversial for our agricultural customers. So to help offset some of those losses in supplies and reduce impacts to our agricultural customers, the City of Turlock has agreed to provide treated wastewater to TID for agricultural uses. It's not the same amount, but it helps. So that wastewater, the proposed project would include utilizing wastewater in an irrigation canal. There's an existing pipeline that goes under the canal where we could put in a simple structure that would allow water to come into the canal, blend with our existing supplies, and be delivered to irrigation for irrigation purposes downstream. That same canal is used to transport and reuse agricultural drainage and is currently designated as MUN. It's important to note that these same wastewater supplies are currently being discharged into the San Joaquin River, which is downstream of our canal system. And so it would just be a movement, basically, from a discharge to the river to a discharge to the canal. And it wouldn't impact downstream water quality. So the reuse of wastewater in the agricultural canals, like this innovative regional collaborative water supply project, could be repeated elsewhere in the valley. It's the type of project that's being promoted to maximize water supplies. It's an important tool to help comply with SGMA and the other water supply challenges in the valley. But without the ability to remove the existing MUN designation, the project's in jeopardy. In exploring our permitting requirements for the project, it was determined that the existing MUN designation means that there's additional treatment that would be required to meet the water quality standards, which would essentially make the project cost prohibitive. So that's why we're very supportive of this project. And we are hopeful the base plan amendment will be adopted to enable projects like ours to move forward. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melissa Thorne, we're, by the way, moving on to interested parties in 3 minutes. Melissa Thorne.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Melissa Thorne from Downey Brand, and today I'm here representing Valley Water Management Company. And although they don't discharge into ag drains directly, that they've wanted me to come and keep educating the board members about the MUN issues. And I wanted to give you a little bit of history that wasn't in the slides that staff presented. So this all started because of Prop 65 back in the late 80s, which was adopted not only to put cancer warnings on products that are sold in businesses, but also to protect against listed chemicals being discharged into sources of drinking water. At that time, there was no definition of what a source of drinking water was, so the Water Board, State Water Board, adopted the Sources of Drinking Water Policy in 1988, which is where these exceptions came from. In 1989, this board adopted the Sources of Drinking Water Policy into the Basin Plan in resolutions that were adopted in 1989. And the way I read those resolutions is that things should not have been designated where the exceptions applied. So it said they will be designated except where the exceptions apply. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And all these blanket designations were done. So things that shouldn't have been and never were municipal drinking water sources got designated that way. So
Well, actually, I think a lot of those designations are already in place going back to the time the basin plan was written in the early 70s.
Well, no, it was only where things weren't designated as MUN or not MUN. So it was filling in the blanks.
I understand.
So also in 1991, 92 timeframe, the Water Board tried to resolve this issue and had all of these essentially de-designations or water bodies that Jeannie was talking about with the 6,500 water bodies and also for effluent dominated water bodies, and that was overturned by EPA. Topping on to that, the California Toxics Rule was adopted in 2000, which adopted a whole slew of new criteria that applied to MUN, where it's municipal drinking water and organisms are eaten out of those water bodies. And then finally, in Vacaville decision in the 2001-2002 timeframe, where the city of Vacaville discharged into an ag ditch that discharged to a slough, and the first intake was 23 miles downstream. And in that decision from the State Water Board, this board was directed to de-designate wherever you have information that existing municipal water use is not existing in the waterway. So what I'm here to say is that I'm glad that this is being addressed. It's unfortunate it's taken 25 years to get around to doing some of these things. Some of the concerns that I have, though, are about the delay in the de-designation and waiting until people come to the board instead of doing kind of a blanket de-designation to undo the blanket designation that was done in the first place. And the problem is there are Prop 65 lawsuits out there, and in addition to people being able to sue over the signs in stores, people can also sue businesses that discharge into a source of drinking water. And so where you have a designation that doesn't apply or shouldn't apply, people are subject to those lawsuits in the interim. And I just worry that there's not enough time. So if somebody got a notice of intent letter and they came and filed a notice of intent with the water board, that there wouldn't be enough time to deal with that. Yep.
Can you wrap up in about 30 seconds?
I just have one more point. And so the other thing that I would recommend on that limited MUN is you could look to see if there are other exceptions that apply that would make it not MUN. This is only focused on the ag drain issue, but there are other exceptions. And so where there's water bodies where another exception would apply, that you should look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yeah, I think you have a question.
No, not a question. Thank you. I appreciate that. So this popped into my head when this question that Melissa just asked about folks approaching the board to, and I just want to make sure I was clear. Who approaches who, or do we take the lead to designate? It sounded. I just wanted to make sure I got that.
The applicant could approach the board to submit, and they would start with that notice of intent, but the board could also work with the applicant. We have the ability to put the process forward as well.
So assuming this all moves forward, how do we see it working? Is the board going to be proactive in looking at this, or are we what's the thought, that we're going to wait for everything to come in? Is it going to be one big batch in the beginning, or what's the...
Well, I think that was where we had the two options for the as needed versus that kind of, scheduled type of option. And just working with our stakeholders, what we heard from them was that it would work better on an as needed basis, and also for allocating our resources here at the board. Trying to do everything in a really quick turnaround time for a large area would be more labor intensive for our resources here.
But as needed means that we will receive applications or notices, and we will address those as they come in a batch, right?
Right.
And so what Melissa was saying is, if somebody happens to unfortunately get sued over Prop 65 and they're not in that first batch, that they're not going to be, I don't know that we can address that, but I just want to make sure I understand it, that they would have to wait for the next batch, which might be several years down the road.
They can apply at any time. We don't have any time limits on the application. So it's not like we would close off the application period and people couldn't apply for 5 years. That was specifically what we were trying to get away from on the as-needed basis. But if she has that concern, we already know that there are several agencies that have already approached us and asked us for the report templates, and they're already starting to look at their water bodies in anticipation of this Basin Plan Amendment being approved. So there's nothing really stopping people from starting this process. We did go with the as-needed process now. In 1992, it was the other way. We had a deadline. And we said if the districts didn't help us identify these types of water bodies by a certain date, which was, I think, a September 1992 board hearing, then we would, from that time forward, consider them as natural water bodies. So that was the hammer of getting the information that we needed to be able to identify these constructed facilities. But what we found in this process is agriculture isn't static. So having that kind of hammer, while it gets you up to speed very quickly with a lot of effort in a short amount of time, it isn't reactive to the natural changes in the system, which is how we came up with this process on an as-needed basis. We could prioritize areas that are having these types of problems and trying to develop these recycling systems, get them on board as quickly as possible, but then also be able to adjust as things change in the system over time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dennis Westcott, San Joaquin Tributary Authority. Let me say right now, the board's running about an hour behind, and we can't to really control time when we have a lot of comments and get into an item, and we can't really foresee the testimony. But I do have to apologize for the fact we are running behind. Those who are here for items 9 through 17, the board will be taking a lunch break once we get through with this, albeit a late lunch break, and the board will not be back in session for item 9 until at 2 o'clock. So with that said, Dennis, could you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief then. Dennis Westcott, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority, and I did take the oath. As I stated at the workshop in August, we support the Basin Plan Amendment language. And I want to emphasize that this doesn't change our responsibility to protect water quality. We are members of the Eastside Water Quality Coalition and will continue to be active members and continue our monitoring programs. What we were looking for, and the reason we're in favor of this language, is it gives us flexibility to do the things that we need to do to utilize other types of water supplies in agriculture that we're not used to. For example, the city of Modesto now takes some of our better quality water as a drinking water. They replace that with groundwater that they pump from the Modesto area. We know that it's poor quality. We supply that to agriculture. But yet if we have MUN standards in our canals, we can't supply that water. And that's, that is just paramount with all the districts from basically Stockton south. I'm not talking about the Sacramento River Basin that we heard about earlier. Again, my comments are only about, further south. Again, we support it because it gives us that flexibility, and I really appreciate what staff has done to have an open stakeholder process where we all had our inputs into it. We didn't get everything we wanted, but I think we came up with a good process. And we're going to make one small suggestion on a change in the definition in the staff report, not in the Basin Plan language, about the definition of ag drainage, because at the moment it reads water that leaves the field following the application of irrigation water. And we'd like to see the words "and rainfall runoff" put in there, because that's consistent with the Irrigated Lands Program and how you deal with the Irrigated Lands Program. And I think that might solve some of the issues that they brought up about rainfall.
Thank you.
With that, I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. David Corey. And following David will be Tim Johnson.
Chair Longley, members of the board, David Corey representing the San Joaquin Valley Drainage Authority West Side Coalition, also here on behalf of San Luis Canal Company. We definitely support the Basin Plan Amendment and appreciate all the work that the stakeholders and staff has put into coming up with this comprehensive solution to a real problem that we face. I mean, the unintended consequences of the current sort of interpretation of the exceptions to the sources of drinking water policy are enormous. And when I first sort of became really acutely aware of this issue was back in 2011 when I was sitting in this boardroom, and Carl, I think you were sitting here, a lot of staff was here. I'm not sure if the other board members are here or not, but I believe it was the city of Live Oak where it came up. And, you know, the issue was City of Live Oak had just spent a huge amount of money upgrading their treatment plant, discharging into basically a roadside ditch. I mean, you saw the pictures in the staff report. We're talking something that's narrower than from me to you. I mean, this is literally a roadside ditch. And the board was faced with a decision as to whether they were going to require the City of Live Oak to spend another, I don't know, Debbie can fill me in, but millions of dollars, maybe $10 million. I mean, it's a huge amount of money for a small community, certainly millions of dollars, to meet drinking water standards in that ditch. Board didn't want to do that, from my perspective, sitting in the audience looking at it. They realized that it was a stupid thing to do. But the attorneys pointed out that the way the policies are set up and current interpretations, they had no choice but to require, you know, in lawyer terms, a stupid thing. And
We like to call it compliance with the law.
yeah, exactly. But sometimes the law doesn't match up with what the intent and what we're trying to do. And so the board actually, you know, there was a split vote in the board in how that came about. They did, I think, adopt the permit, as I recall, but they gave some time so that they didn't actually have to comply with it. But they were required by the law to utilize the MUN designation in that ditch. And that was where I kind of became aware of this, and we started this process of figuring out a way that we could have a comprehensive way to de-designate. Well, sitting in the audience as ag, the irrigated lands program was just coming on, and I sat there and thought, wow, what does this mean to agriculture? How is this going to apply to my constituents? What are we going to do if the board has to enforce a municipal drinking water source to every roadside ditch? And I want to come back, Bob, to your question about ag or wildlife uses. The only way I could see a grower would comply is to cease discharge. We couldn't treat all the water. If you're looking at a salinity issue or something like that, we would have to cease discharge. And I could see a lot of instances in which application of this MUN in ag-dominated water bodies would actually negatively impact wildlife because there would be no water in that ditch. There's no way you could comply other than just holding your water out, recirculating it, and you would have negative consequences, unintended consequences. And I think this proposal avoids a lot of those negative unintended consequences and allows for protection of downstream uses in a very responsible way. And again, you always have this balance that I think the board has to look at, which is how do you protect uses, reasonably protect beneficial uses, but still allow for the beneficial use of water. We have to do both of those. And I think this is a good accommodation. We're moving toward sort of rational regulations in which I can explain it to my growers. So thank you for the effort.
Any questions for David? Thank you very much, David. He'll be back here for CV salts too, as well as Tim will be.
Yes. As I've been told. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Tim Johnson. I'm president and CEO of the California Rice Commission. We represent the state's rice growers in California, most of which are in the Sacramento Valley, as well as all the marketing organizations. Like others before me, I want to compliment the board and staff on this process. Stakeholder processes have been really an underpinning of this board's activities. They continue to provide an inclusive process, a very thorough process, and I think a very effective outcome, certainly in this case. Relative to the outcome, the Basin Plan Amendment that you have presented to you today, we really see it finally as an opportunity for a path forward to address really primary three things. One is agricultural drains that have not otherwise been designated, agricultural dominated drains where we have, ag water, but we also have return flows, very common in some areas of the Sacramento Valley. And as you saw, specific to the rice closed systems, a path forward on closed systems, which frankly many of which were closed because we did not see that we could comply outside of a permit for a closed system that actually provided the cities of Sacramento and others very significant improvements in air and water quality for the constituents they were concerned about. It also provides in addition to an opportunity assurance. It is data-driven, It also does require significant monitoring. I know there are opinions about that, but I would emphasize that. Now, from a rice perspective, using Live Oak as was previously mentioned, we are both folks that would be impacted by this policy. You know, City of Live Oak, others discharge into an ag drain that is right upstream from my rice fields. I had an interest in making sure I was not impacted. We also see it as an opportunity in those areas where MUN designation is the most restrictive classification. And often it is not, right? It's aquatic life. When ag looks at what's happening in a drain, most of the time you're focused, especially with regard to your practices on your field with pesticides, you're interested in aquatic life. Given that we are both impacted as well as have an opportunity to de-designate drains, we are supportive. We're very supportive of the stakeholder process, as I've been mentioned, as well as the balanced outcomes. We will be providing staff comments relative to one item that this board sees sometimes, rice pesticide program, thiobencarb specific MCLs noted in this change. We want to make sure that it continues to be applied in the Sacramento Valley as it has been historically. And we'll work with staff to make sure that that program aligns with those MCLs in the Sacramento Valley. Thank you again. Appreciate the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you very much. Bob, I'll give you the opportunity to be the cleanup.
Good afternoon. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of the California Independent Petroleum Association, whose members strongly support these amendments. We'd like to call out quickly 3 phrases from the executive summary that are pillars. The high cost of compliance for these facilities caused the board to focus on developing a more streamlined, emphasis added, approach for applying this exception criteria to sources of drinking water. The second is, due to the fact that dischargers indicated it would be extremely difficult to maintain operations and increase water recycling efforts while also complying with MCLs in ag drains that did not actually function as a source of drinking water. And finally, the proposed amendments would add a standardized region-wide approach. We appreciate and again support all these and respectfully remind the board and staff that SIPA is 550 small and medium employers who live and work in the San Joaquin Valley and for generations have been committed to protecting the environment and the economy. Speaking personally, and as someone whose service to governors dates back to George Deukmejian, I'd like to congratulate, since Carl said not to, the staff for putting up with him for 25 years.
That was very difficult, I'm sure. Thank you, Bob. We're going to go on recess for lunch. Before we do, Gary, would you wave your hand a little bit so people know where you are? For the benefit of new board members, Gary Carlton was our executive officer and Bob and I served with him as we're putting the irrigated lands program in. He left us to join the state board, and now he's a consultant that appears in front of us every now and then. So Gary's kind of part of our family too. With that, we'll recess.
Briefly, we have one matter to discuss in closed session. I'll make it short. We'll leave the other one off for next time. We do want to discuss litigation filed against the Central Valley Water Board. The case is designated as item I in the closed session on the agenda. It is the 13267 order issued to Modus Incorporated in 2015. The board will be meeting to receive advice from its legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, Subdivision E.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just wanted to, everybody's leaving for lunch, but to thank staff for your hard work on this and the stakeholders in participation in this process as well.
And
Well,
Dr.
you guys do such good work that I almost take you for granted, which is a sin. So thank you very also.
And Dr. Longley, I think for the benefit of staff and maybe for whoever's left in the audience, I'd like to sort of say that I generally support what's going here. I think that the monitoring, the data, and the enforcement are things that I'll be looking at as far as how to be able to protect that going forward. But I'm really grateful that this is before the board, and so I thank Pamela for making this, an important issue. It's certainly an important issue where I live, and things that seem like should have been addressed a long time ago. And so thank you for the comprehensive work.
Yeah, I got to give Jeannie the credit for that. This was work she started in '92,
Yeah,
and
you
she's
know.
finally being able to finish it now. But I do want to point out to the board,
That just sounds wrong.
I know that sounds wrong.
Started at the same time as Carl did. so-
But I mean, because of CV salts and others in this, but I do want to point out to the board, we're not talking about new discharges. These things have been going on forever. And I mean, there may be some new ones, but the Sac Valley is a good example as well as the San Luis, because those are examples where these have been going on forever and we're not seeing widespread problems with drinking water constituents because of them. So, I mean, I'm real comfortable with where we are in this and what Jeannie and her staff are proposing, but we can do some follow-up work.
We're recessed for lunch.